And
Big O?
Playing days. Yeah, he goes from 280. He goes from fat at Arkansas to 400 pounds. He ate himself out of the league and even got released by the Harlem Globetrotters. If you pulled some pictures on this guy, you would
that's
die.
tough to get released by the Globetrotters.
I thought about the Globetrotters last night when I was watching Alabama-Florida in the second half, because every trip down the floor for a moment, it looked like Alabama was just trying to do something Globetrotter-esque.
So as he pulls this, I've never seen somebody go from one of the greatest point guards of all time to somebody that just basically was cashing checks.
Oh, my God.
By the way,
he got bigger than that. He got a lot bigger than that.
And by the way, how bad were the Raptors uniforms back then?
Terrible. It was a cartoon uniform. Yeah. But I've never seen somebody go from arguably one of the greatest point guards of all time in Isaiah Thomas to a guy that was just cashing checks.
Yeah.
And basically just mailed it in when he was with the Pacers, the Knicks, was it Florida International. He would be on this list. Lindsay Lohan will be on this list. She had everything in front of her, decided to do meth, and she even had opportunities for comebacks. And
she had a Netflix Christmas movie that did not do well.
Yeah.
Just didn't take advantage of it. And all she had to do was, focus. Jay Cutler is on this list for me.
Jay Cutler was successful for a bit, led a team to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he played in the Super Bowl, played pretty well for my Dolphins.
He did not play at a Super Bowl.
Okay.
No, that was Rex Grossman.
That was Rex Sexy Rexy.
Yeah, he got to a NFC Championship game and then laid down in the first quarter, and that's when Caleb Haney had to come in, and they got walked off the field by the Packers.
The Kool-Aid Kid said Oliver Miller in that old Raptors jersey looked like Jurassic Pork. Good. Okay, 10 seconds.
Jamarcus Russell, we talked about him yesterday, so I left him off. Tony Romo has become one of these guys.
Very unmotivated.
He has
I agree.
melded in. He heard he was the greatest. He thinks he's the greatest.
He's collected that check.
And now he's doing bad Bill Murray commercials.
Yep.
And CBS says that they have to remind him to prepare for things like that. Jamarcus Russell is what got us into that conversation. Thank you for all the input today on the show. We are back with you at 9 a.m. Central for a fun Friday show. I don't know how it could be more fun than what this Thursday show was, but we'll try again tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Change coming, man. 2023 will be the last of many things in the Southeastern Conference and in college football. Looking forward to talking about that. And a big one down in Auburn we'll get to. Jay Bilas, part of College Game Day in Auburn. Remember, doors opening at Neville Arena early tomorrow for game day. Reese and the crew, Jay Bilas and the guys down there for the big game. 1 o'clock's the tip. We'll talk to Jay coming up in 9 minutes right here on the show at about 10 after. So make plans to stay with us throughout the 4 hours. But Jay Bilas here in the first segment. But we'll start with Texas and Oklahoma officially out of the Big 12 on July 1, 2024. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor. Rockstar's got a show in town tonight, so Tyler is handling everything there. Lunsford and Forrester, Taylor Korn on social media. Man, it started to cook on Wednesday, and as we had said earlier in the week, it wasn't that whether or not it was going to get done in 2024. It was who was going to give a little, take a little with ESPN and Fox and the Big 12 and the SEC. Finally, everybody gets to a place they're happy, Brown, and now we know when it's all happening.
Yeah, I mean, we've only got one more year of the SEC as you currently know it, and then it's going to be the expanded SEC right as the playoff gets expanded, and that always made the most sense here. It always made the most sense to do this as the playoff expands. As USC and UCLA are going to the Pac-12. I mean, that felt the cleanest way to do this. Now, I didn't mean it was always going to get done this way. Money was always going to be an issue here. But this makes the most sense, really.
Well, look, it came down to money, $100 million. I mean, that's a pretty big number. I
big
guess
chunk.
It's a drop in the bucket when you start to think about the totality of where we are right now in college football. But this is, I know you love when I speak in absolutes.
Here we go.
It was when we expanded, we had South Carolina and Arkansas coming to the conference in 92. Then in 2012, you had A&M and Missouri, which I thought was kind of weird. We've gotten used to that.
Yeah, I still don't accept Missouri. It's been tough on me. A&M has blended in more than I thought they would.
Again, if you're an Ole Miss fan, you got to be hating the fact that Missouri has been to back-to-back.
Yeah, they've been to Atlanta twice. I get that, but I still don't. I feel like we were invaded.
And now we get Texas and Oklahoma, and I truly believe even if one day we weed out all of these Group 5s and we just have a Power 5, 60 teams that compete, I think this is the furthest out we will ever expand in the SEC. I think 16 is the biggest number.
So you're saying we'll never go 18?
I don't think we'll go 18.
Ever?
I don't think so.
You don't think the SEC will ever be 18?
I think 16 is going to be the number. I think when you have these super conferences, I think they will max out at 16.
Okay, I will. I don't speak absolutes either, so we'll just put a time limit on it. By the time I die, we will have more than 16 teams in the SEC conference. I'll go steak.
Tomorrow could be 40 years.
Yeah, I could go steak. Just you're betting on me to go Larry King on you here.
Yeah, and it's just an uncomfortable question. Like if you have a massive heart attack tonight, when you're watching Rockstar,
it's not like you're.
You get excited by the age of 17 and you have a heart attack.
It's not just. It's only a steak, and you're not going to be cheering for me to die just to win a steak.
I'm not. But what I'm saying is, how do I actually collect that steak? I can't go to Maggie.
From Jim's estate. Do you have a living will and testament, Jim?
I do. I should put one steak dinner.
Well, I think you could just do like
an open clause.
Yeah, a blanket category. Well, any stakes owed or received. Now you need to put the received part in there that you're due. Like Lance, Maggie needs to hold Lance's feet to the fire buying those steaks for your widow.
Is Maggie a vegetarian though? Because I remember she watched that documentary and put her on.
Thanks to you, she was a vegetarian for 18 months.
Well, hey,
thank God I got her back on the meat.
Damn. See, that would be good for me because I wouldn't have to pay them off.
I've got an idea.
But for 18 months, she didn't like the meat.
You leave Maggie the steak.
You know the lyric. She still loved the bone though. God. Isn't that the lyric from the old 90s song?
That is, yeah. Do you remember the movie that one song was in?
I do not.
Dumb and Dumber.
That's right. I forgot about it. Yeah. It makes
Madison, man.
It makes a little more sense there. You leave it in your will that Maggie has to pay off the debts, but you can bequeath the stakes to me. Since you're passing and I'm on the show, it really makes more
Let's
sense
just do
that
a
I would get the
5-year window.
state.
You know how much college football is going to change in 5
No,
years?
not 5 years. It's not going to
No,
change.
you got to get past
years.
wherever you think the next expansion in the playoffs is the next time you'll have this discussion. I
don't know if we're going to have another expansion after 12.
You think we'll go to 20 at some point, don't you?
I have always believed that.
I mean, how in the hell do you play everybody?
Listen. You don't. I've always believed the Power Five, what you consider the Power Five now, for the most part, was going to pull away and do their own thing.
Yep.
And leave behind a lot of schools that think they probably deserve to be there and a lot that realize they don't. So I've always thought that was going to happen. For that to happen, you're probably going to have bigger conferences
I
than
don't
16.
know. I agree with you. I think they will pull away eventually.
Yeah.
But if you have 4 of 16, that's all you need.
Yeah, but see, that's exactly what will end up happening. We'll have 20-team conferences that Greg Sankey will be in charge of, but it'll be broken down basically into 2 conferences under one umbrella, an SEC East with 10 teams, and you'd play all 9 teams in your division in the East.
Yeah, I don't
and
like
the West
that.
will only play 9.
Nah.
It's like the old American League, National League before we had interleague play. The only time we'd see each other is in the championship.
I don't discount this either. I anticipate now that players are able to make money off their name, image, and likeness. We might not be stuck at a 12-game regular season schedule either. And keep in mind, if all these teams pull away, it might reduce the games you play against the group of 5 teams. It might be all Power 5.
But how many Power 5s do we have right now? 60?
Some odd. I mean, some of those
67 if you count, 68 if you count BYU.
Some of those might get cut out. You never know.
But think about this. If you just had 4 conferences of 16, simple math, that's 64 teams. That's really all you need. And you tell me what conference is going to go away. We know the SEC isn't. We know the Big Ten isn't.
Yep. Everybody else is up for grabs.
Yeah.
But I think the ACC is pretty safe.
I don't know if they are or not. That's a bad.
Because where do you think the SEC is going to get to their 20? It's going to be Clemson. It's going to be Florida State. And anyone else that can ride those two's coattails in with us.
That conference is in a precarious situation. Yeah. The seemingly good news for them is nobody really wants the teams they've got.
Yep.
For the most part, there are some the SEC might. Like I continue to be told the SEC is eyeballing a North Carolina team and a Virginia team.
Why not?
Eventually.
Well, I mean, Florida State and Clemson are still really appealing when you're talking about football, and Duke and Carolina, obviously, in basketball.
But they don't. Carolina and Duke would bring a lot in TV dollars for the basketball and the state of North Carolina. But bringing in Clemson and bringing in Florida State doesn't really add to your TV money, which is what this is all about. We'll talk more about all of that as we move throughout the show and what actually happened. But $50 million for each school paying the Big 12. We'll see if ESPN and Fox gave up a little bit, but I will tell you that $50 million from each school is less than what was going to happen. It was in the $70 million, so there was some give and take there from the Big 12 on how much Texas and Oklahoma had to pay. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. CallWaynes.com, CallWaynes.com. 50 years in business, celebrating 50 years. Saying thank you to the loyal customers in the communities they serve, offering $50 off pests, $50 off termite, $50 off lawn or mosquito service. You can stack them too. Save $100, save $150, whatever, as you add the service. And it's for current customers, existing customers, and new customers. So why not go save money? Use the promo code TNR, callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. Offers good through February 28th. The TNR code celebrating 50 years, callwaynes.com. Did you see the pictures last night down outside Neville Arena? Pearlville is back. Here's the picture, 20-plus tents camped out last night. Those students will be fired up. They'll be inside early for the game, that atmosphere. Some call it the best in college basketball now, and those students were camped out last night. One of the reasons they're camped out, they want to get in there early, have their seat for college game day as they return to Auburn.
And Jay Bilas will be part of that. He's with us for a few moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Jay? Welcome in. How are you?
I'm doing great. I hope you guys are too. Thank you.
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. You know, Auburn pointed out, you guys obviously did not travel during COVID for game day, but Auburn pointed out that it's only Auburn and Duke that have had 3 straight seasons with college game day visits. That speaks highly of what Bruce Pearl has done. Anytime you, as you know, as a Duke guy, anytime you can associate yourself with Duke, you've done something right in basketball, it seems.
Yeah, Bruce has done an amazing job at Auburn, and it's such a great venue for us. So we're always thrilled to be back. But I didn't know about the 3 years in a row thing, and you know who that put Auburn with. That's pretty cool.
You know, I don't know if you know this, Jay. We are a football conference here in the SEC. But the SEC, maybe not the best basketball atmospheres around, but Neville Arena, where does that rank with the Fog Allens and the Cameron Indoors?
It's different because it hasn't been as long of a history. But as new arenas go, it's awesome. There's a great feel to it, and it's loud and a difficult place for opponents to play and a great place for Auburn to play. But it's one of the best new arenas. Like John Paul Jones Arena at Virginia is fantastic, but I'd put it up with any of the best new ones.
Can you tell me what you believe Alabama's biggest strength is if they've got a chance to beat Auburn tomorrow? Is it their depth? Is it just Brandon Miller? What do you like about this Alabama team, Jay?
There's not much that you wouldn't like. They've got tremendous athleticism and skill. They're young in spots, but that's not a problem. It's just a factor, and they can play multiple lineups, and they've got two elite scorers in Mark Sears and Brandon Miller, and they can protect the rim with Charles Bediako. They can go smaller and still have length and athleticism, so they defend at a high level, and they can shoot it. They've got multiple guys that can score, but their 3-point shots come off of penetration a lot. And so you really have to do a good job of guarding the ball, staying out of rotation to keep them from making a ton of threes. I think they made 15 threes the other night. They're legit. They're as good as anybody. I mean, I think Purdue's probably the most consistent team this year, but right there is Alabama. And they've only lost three games or 4 games, whatever it is. And they're unbeaten in the SEC, and every one of their losses has been to the top level teams.
Jay Bilas with us for a few moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. When you have seen teams slow Brandon Miller down a little bit, and most of the time that's only for a half, what have they done to do that, and can Auburn do the same thing, do you think?
Well, yeah, I haven't seen him slow down for 40 minutes. He's going to score. I think you just have to make it as difficult on him as you can. And Arkansas had a pretty good plan against him. They face guarded him. Then whenever he caught it, especially above the 3-point line, there was a soft trap on him to get the ball out of his hands. But Nate Oats did a really good job, I thought, in the second half of running actions to get him in the middle of the floor. And he hit a couple of huge threes in that game. I think he had 14 points in the second half after going scoreless in the first half, which was, I don't think that's happened to him in any other game. But he's one of those guys, you're not going to stop him. I mean, there's never been a shutout in basketball. But if you can make it more difficult and limit his catches and be there on the catches, the problem is for defenders, you can't help off of him. If you help off of him, he's gonna hammer you. And he's also a good offensive rebounder, and he actually gets a lot of his own misses. So even after he shoots it, you'd better get a body into him. So he's a challenge, but he's not alone there. Sears can really score. Jaden Bradley's a really good downhill driver. They've got a number of weapons, and Javon Quinterly is one of the best ball handlers in the college game, at least. And I'd put him up with most of the ball handlers in the NBA. He's not quite Kyrie Irving with the ball, but he's an amazing ball handler. So they've got everything. You just hope that you catch them on a night where you play well and maybe they don't play as well, because they can beat anybody in the country.
Jay, Bruma's been fantastic for Auburn, but this is a difficult team to figure out. They've lost 4 of 5. Where are you right now on Auburn on how good this team actually is?
Auburn's like a lot of teams out there. They're very good, and but they've got some. They don't shoot it particularly well, at least consistently well, and so that makes it a little more difficult to be able to stretch a defense and run the kind of actions that Bruce likes to run. But they play incredibly hard, and they're good defensively. They don't force turnovers like perhaps in some of the teams in the past, and things were a lot easier with Walker Kessler there, blocking, having triple doubles with 10 block shots, but they're good. I just think the consistent shooting piece is a difficult one to overcome. It's sort of game to game, and I think there are a number of coaches out there of teams that are fringe top 25 teams, fringe tournament teams that their biggest concern going into game is not are we going to play hard or can we defend? It's going to be are we going to make shots tonight? And that's a tough way to go about things.
Remember, 9 a.m., the doors open early tomorrow for College game day. You got to have a ticket to get in because the game tips at 1. Hang around in there, make it a great atmosphere for Jay and the guys. Barkley comes on our show all the time. He said Alabama's the best team in the country here on our show. Back in your prime and in Barkley's prime, one-on-one, who would win that matchup in a game of one-on-one?
What?
Billis was fantastic, too.
We're talking about Barkley.
Oh, come on, Jay. Tell him.
What game would we be playing?
Yeah, right, Jess.
One-on-one in basketball.
Are they debating? They're doing a law debate?
Yeah, I saw the 30 and 30. Billis could battle.
Okay, if Billis got 3 points so Barkley's 1, we might have a game.
I think here's where I think I could win. If I were 22 years old and take the 22-year-old Bilas versus the now 60-year-old Barkley.
Come on.
Yes, I agree with that.
Come on.
It'd be $15 in an Uber to get around him, but I think I could still win. If we were both 22, no shot.
All right, he is Jay Bilas. See him tomorrow on game day from down at Neville Arena at Auburn. In fact, ESPN has requested permission to use that video, so I have a feeling Charles' words on our show will come up on Jay's show tomorrow. Thank you very much for the time, Jay. Enjoy your stay.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, take care. Jay Bilas with us.
$15 in an Uber.
To get around Charles. Jay's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can use one of those,
I've
too.
asked some idiotic questions. That's the worst question we've...
Well, when big stars on our show, nobody kisses their ass more than I do, but I thought it was a legitimate question.
No.
Legitimate question.
Billis was a starter for a Duke National Championship team.
But
Barkley was a dream teamer.
Yeah, but it's a game of one-on-one. It's a different game.
Billis topped out at an all-ACC performer. I think he was first team all-ACC one time. I'm just guessing here. I'm going to Google this. This is not even close. So we're talking about arguably the greatest power forward of all time.
Now, Barkley's, Billis has got what is he, 6'7", 6'9"?
No, he's probably 6'9".
Yeah, 6'9". So he's got 4 inches on Charles.
He's taller.
Yeah, no,
It didn't matter in the NBA.
Well, it did not matter. Barkley was
6'8".
the greatest of all time. I understand it, but they were playing a team sport. This is one-on-one. It's a different game.
I'll take Charles.
I mean, I don't even know what to say, Dunaway. He might shut him out in one-on-one.
Well, I admit I was trying to kiss a little ass there.
That's okay. We've seen it.
I do that. I do that.
Yep.
Hey, part of the show being brought to you by our official tequila of the next round. That's
You've been drinking some today.
I mean, LT. Sean McVay, one of your most motivated people.
Yeah.
We have listeners who are even emailing in about that.
Nobody likes Sean McVay. That's fine.
No. Who hates Sean McVay? Why do people hate Sean McVay? People just know he talks about retirement.
The reigning Super Bowl champion.
Well, doesn't mean
other
people
people
hate
talk
him.
about retirement.
He literally told his assistants, go find another job if you want to.
Yeah, and 24 hours later, he was back.
Maestro de Bel Diamante tequila is the official tequila. Look, Paul, come on. Taylor Swift and the Beatles, that is closer than you're making. It's closer than Billis and Barkley.
Taylor Swift and the Beatles is much closer than Billis and Barkley.
100%, Paul. Come
Charles
on, back up.
Charles is still the Beatles there, right?
Yeah.
Maestro de Bel Diamante tequila, the official tequila of the next round, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. It is blended in the new European oak barrels. Why would you use an old one? Use a new one. New European oak barrel, double filter to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro de Bel, and the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. I hope in the pregame tomorrow, the Auburn video, they have that question with the next round logo on it, of course, that says Jay Bilas or Charles Barkley, who wins the one-on-one. And Bilas says, it would take me $15 in an Uber to get around Barkley.
That was a good line, by the way.
I don't even know if he was all ACC. I will say that he was drafted in '86 in the 5th round.
I didn't know they had 5 rounds.
And guess how many minutes he played in the NBA?
Very few.
You know, I can go through years and years of great college quarterbacks who never played in the NBA.
Yeah. How many
who
minutes?
could win a skills competition.
0.
Yeah. He still made a great career, though.
He was a great Duke player.
That's right.
Face of college basketball.
He went on to law school. He
Yeah.
said no to the NBA law school.
Look, he's had an incredible career, and you're right. He is one of the faces of college basketball.
I'll back it up, Terry. I'm sorry I asked the question.
Put it in reverse,
I was trying to
Terry.
have a little fun with the guest here.
It's already on his Wikipedia. Some dumbass in Birmingham.
I mean, I thought it was a little too much of an X&O interview for us.
It was. I thought we asked smart questions to them.
No, they were smart questions, but I mean, just because it was Jay Bilas, we still have to be ourselves.
Do you guys assume
I
Barkley?
dropped a dumb question for
I
us.
know Redmont Vodka is going to be down there, and they're going to have a presence tomorrow. And there's going to be some other interesting things going on that we'll tell you guys about on Auburn's campus tomorrow. But do you guys think Barkley will actually be on set with those guys?
Yeah.
Would not shock me.
Yeah.
Would not shock me.
I would think so. And I think that's probably why ESPN has requested our video there so that they can play it with Charles there to see if he backs it up.
Remind Barkley he might want to plug this bracket we're doing with Redmont Vodka. Win Chuck's
I'd
Bucks.
fire off a text if I were you.
I'll text Barkley real quick and see if he's going to be out.
Yeah, just ask him if he's going to be there.
Yeah. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. We'll get back into everything going on, including the game coming up on the show. Greg Byrne is with us. He's the Alabama athletic director, if you're not familiar with him. He's with us at the start of hour number 2 at 10 Central. And then later in the show on all the changing landscape in college athletics, Brandon Marcello, our friend, joins us at 12 noon today. All that's still coming. Hemp Hill Services brings you LT's lock every day. He'll send it out later on at the Lance Taylor, where last night LT was all over Loyola Marymount upsetting St. Mary's, I'm sure.
I was not, Dunaway. Remember, my stock up was St. Mary's.
I do remember that yesterday.
Landmine.
They were up 7 with freaking a minute and a half to go. A complete meltdown.
Dunaway
from
with an
St.
incredible
Mary's.
stat on that after you.
But it's been a rough week for the Lock.
I'm
Again,
sorry.
we're very transparent here. Hey, look, it's been an incredible 2022. Great January. We'll get this thing right. It's just been a little off. Our friends at Impulse Services, though, offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. Their team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Keep in mind that BYU was a longtime member of the Mountain West Conference, but Loyola Marymount became the first West Coast Conference team ever to beat Gonzaga, BYU, and St. Mary's in the same year. They did it last night, Loyola Marymount beating St. Mary's in a big upset. More basketball. We'll set the table for Alabama and Auburn when we come back, and throughout the show, more on Texas and Oklahoma officially coming.
Michael wants to ask Greg Byrne if he could beat Brandon Miller 101.
Byrne played the game.
Byrne's got some height.
Byrne played the game.
Hey, you might as well.
Byrne played the game.
I think Byrne would have a better chance.
I'll go first question with Greg Byrne. 101. Could you, in your heyday, could you have beaten Brandon Miller?
Let's make it a running thing. But who can we have? Who can we have Brandon Marcello
What he would
play
say
with?
is if we gave him another $500,000 in NIL, he'd probably lay down.
Brandon Marcello, we could go Eric Musselman.
Well,
They're friends.
No, I mean, Brandon Marcello's got a little ginger in him, right?
Yeah, he does.
That's a big Conor McGregor in the octagon.
All right, this is the Next Round Friday show. Back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC, where we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel, where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Remember tomorrow, live game for Auburn as well. They'll have the cancer T-shirts that Bruce Pearl's charity that he works with down at Auburn.
I always thought it was Outlive.
Outlive, but it's spelled A-U.
Yeah.
Well,
that's because of Auburn University.
Right. But it's Outlive, yeah. That's what it stands for, absolutely. And they'll be handing those T-shirts out. You can buy some T-shirts and make a donation while you're at the game down at Auburn Arena. So a lot going on with that contest. And we'll jump into that game a little bit here right after Brownie tells us about the great folks at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Listen, those kids down there camped out in a tent last night. They'll be camped out again tonight. Well, maybe they should upgrade from a tent and just roll one of those Johnston RV campers right up into the line.
Hey, good news. It's RV Show Month, and you can get the show price right now at JohnstonRVCenter.com. You don't have to wait on the actual show. You just go to their website, click on show price, and find out, hey, this is what I pay at a show. I'm paying right now to Johnston RV Center. Fresh 2023 models arriving daily. Some closeouts still left. They've got competitive financing, lifetime warranty. You can camp this spring with Johnston RV Center. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right. As we get ready for that game tomorrow, cut number 5, Tyler, if you can. Last night on our Hoops podcast from the Next Round, Riley Norris, former Alabama player, joined me, and we had a conversation. One thing I asked him was, what makes Bruce Pearl's defense so effective, especially at home, but home or away? Riley Norris, who's gone up against Bruce Pearl several different times, had this to say about what makes Pearl's defense so good.
Yeah, so especially at Auburn, they're going to get in the passing lanes. They're going to make it tough for you to run any type of offense. If you look, it's hard to even make a simple pass to the wing because their players are denying the pass. So I think, Alabama's got to be able to slip some screens and slip some cuts and try to beat this Auburn defense. But ultimately, it's tough, right? I mean, they're going to pressure the ball, and it's at Auburn. So it's going to be loud. It's going to be a crazy environment. So you got to be able to not only withstand the Auburn defense, but you got to withstand the crowd noise, the emotion that goes into that type of rivalry game.
So defense is big, especially at home. And you heard Jay talk about the youth of this Alabama team. How do you think they handle the environment?
That's an interesting question because, when they went on the road to Norman just a couple of weeks ago, they didn't handle that environment well at all. Now, I think it's a little bit different. I think when they looked at Oklahoma, they saw an average team that had just lost back-to-back games. Alabama was coming off of, a 9-game run or whatever it was, 7-game run. And I thought they probably just figured they could go through the motions and beat Oklahoma. Coming into this game, Auburn swept them last year. They know it's a huge rivalry game. I mean, they're going to be motivated. Crowd will be a factor. If Auburn jumps out early, it could be a problem for Alabama. But if Alabama can silence the crowd a little bit, they should be fine.
Yeah, toughest atmospheres they have played in, obviously at Houston. You're playing the number one team. You're playing on their floor. That could be a tough place to play. I don't think it's any tougher than Neville Arena. I would say Neville Arena is still tougher.
Yeah.
Arkansas, when they're really, really good, that's a difficult place to play. When Alabama went up there, they had already started to leak a little bit. Tough place to play, but this is going to be the toughest atmosphere Alabama has faced.
So crazy. I mean, Landmine Believer says Houston was louder than Auburn Arena will be. That is insane. Houston was chaotic, and Sampson had them fired up, obviously, because they felt like they got jobbed last year in Tuscaloosa. So he had sold to his fan base all week building into that game that we need to pay them back. And Alabama did come back from 15 down to win the game. But the atmosphere, comparing the atmosphere that you saw at Houston earlier this year or in Norman to what you'll see tomorrow at Auburn Arena is nowhere close.
7,700 at that Houston game, so it is a smaller venue, but so is Neville Arena. I was going to say this about Arkansas, though, because Bilas brought this up in the interview when I asked him, what have teams done to frustrate Brandon Miller or slow him down? And he made the point, which I kind of said too, it normally only lasts a half. Like if you play really good defense on Brandon Miller, you can take him out of a half of basketball. And he brought up specifically the Arkansas game, which if you remember, he and Jimmy Dykes did that game. And he credited Musselman for what he did in the first half. That game was 33-33 at the half. So you've taken Brandon Miller out of the game for a half if you're Arkansas on your floor, and it's still a tie game. I mean, that's the challenge with this Alabama team is if you're able to do that in your Auburn, you may go to the locker room, down one, tied, up one, or whatever, and it gives Nate Oats an opportunity to do what he did against Arkansas and find a way to free Brandon Miller up a little bit.
Look, I think Broom's going to, have his way with Bediako. Bediako's had, the one game we talked about with Sheboy. Broom's the better player, so I think Broom will get his, but it's going to come down to which Auburn guard can show up tomorrow. Grant Sherfield, going back 2 weeks ago to Norman, he blows up and goes for 30. One of these guards has got to show up for Auburn to win this game.
Our Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka, sound of the day will come from Bruce Pearl and Nate Oats. We'll get to both of those right here. Cuts 2 and 1, Tyler. But coming up, our buddy Charles Barkley, who, of course, looking forward to this weekend as well, we'll be doing Chuck's Bucks with March Madness just now about a month away before we get into those brackets, and that's part of our Redmont Distilling promotion coming up for the Madness.
Yeah, I'm meeting with Redmont and walk-ons after the show today, and we are going to finalize everything, but you're going to have an opportunity to win Chuck's Bucks. It's going to be a lot of fun. Our bracket challenge this year, bracket promotion, but the weekend is here. Super Bowl Sunday. A lot of people are going to be drinking. If you're drinking vodka, you need to pick up locally owned and operated Redmont vodka. It's 8 times distilled. It's gluten-free. Their aim, color, and taste, clarity, it is unbelievable. Pick up a bottle at your local package store, ABC store. Ask for it by name. It is Redmont vodka. Does Bruce have 3 phones?
The reporters put their phones up to record the interview. Yes.
But I got my burner phone. I got my state
small
phone.
It looks like, you remember when the little flip phone that Karl Malone had at the game? His kids' LSU game?
Yes. At a news conference yesterday, Bruce Pearl asked about the game. Of course, Alabama, a variety of different ways. He had this to say about this Alabama team, this Alabama roster, and where Nate has the program right now.
One of the great things about playing in a league like the SEC is occasionally you have an opportunity to play maybe the best team in the country on your home floor. How many college basketball teams get that opportunity? Just not very many. And so that's why you come to a place like Auburn and play in this league, to have a chance to play against what I think is the best team in the league and best team in the country. Right now, their margin of victory in SEC games is plus 22. They're scoring 85. They're giving up 63. They're number 1 in 3-point offense and 2-point offense. They're number 1 in 2-point defense and 3-point defense. I don't know that I've seen anything like that. And the difference between probably this team and some of the other great, talented Alabama teams that we've faced is they're really locked in defensively.
Yeah, now don't let that wash over you, what he said. Bruce, who has done this a long time, and is very honest with you. Now, there's a little bit of he's building them up. He's leading the Lambs to the slaughter in case Auburn wins this game. They're the best team in the country. But they're number one in 3-point offense and 2-point offense, and number one in 3-point defense and 2-point defense in the SEC. And he says, not sure I've ever seen that.
I mean, it does seem like a hard combo, right?
Well, I would think if you went back to some of these, 2012 Kentucky, 2016 Kentucky, probably so. Some of those dominant teams when the SEC seemed to be a one-team league. But, yeah, I mean, this is – and we've talked about it all year, and everybody that's come on, including Bilas and all of these analysts, this is possibly the most complete team in all of college basketball right now. Look, they're a better team than Auburn. I don't think anybody will argue that. But when you factor in the rivalry, when you factor in the atmosphere, and when Auburn's playing their best – this could be a really interesting game.
Now, granted, this is the team I'm about to mention is the only team that's played Bama twice so far. Well, LSU has, I'm sorry. One of the two teams that has played Alabama twice so far, but nobody's defended Alabama in the conference better than Mississippi State has.
What was that, 66-63?
Well, it was 78 in Starkville, 78-67 Alabama won in Starkville, and in the return game in Tuscaloosa, 66-63. And both those games, you look at them and you're like, hey, that kind of stands out on how little Alabama scored in that game, in conference anyway. Now, they got defended like crazy. They played poorly at Oklahoma, but I'm just talking about in conference here. So, it's doable. It's doable. State's done it twice, in fact. I mean, I would tell, I guess if you're Bruce Pearl right now and you said Alabama's got 78 tomorrow, he would take his odds on that one. I guarantee you if you said Alabama's got 66 tomorrow, he would.
Oh, 100%. 78.5 is our state bet. I've got the winner of the game, whether it's Auburn or Alabama, scoring less than 78.5. And to me, that's the only place Auburn can win this game, if it's under 78.5, the winning team. I don't think Auburn can score 79+ and win this game.
But I do have a feeling this is going to be one of those really tight games again. I think Alabama's going to be about a 2.5-point favorite. We've seen a lot of overtime games lately. UAB goes to double overtime.
We have seen a lot of overtime games. More of our Red Mod Distilling sounds of the game going into Alabama at Auburn. When it was announced on College Game Day, it was a top 25 matchup. This is actually from the Nate Oats show, the Crimson Tide Sports Network. You see it all over the state of Alabama on great affiliates of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Here's Nate Oats talking about traveling to Auburn to play at Neville Arena. Listen to how he compares this game to another one that's happening this weekend.
Showdown on the Plains. That'll be a big one on Saturday.
Yeah, they're ready to go. We know they're going to be ready for that one. That's going to be their Super Bowl. So we got to be ready to bring the energy there. And that place, that new arena they got with the student shirt on top of you, that place is loud.
Yeah, he calls it their Super Bowl, which some people have taken as a little bit of a shot.
I mean,
it is.
Oh, is it?
I think it is.
Why
yeah.
so?
LT will be in the some people category to the left.
Why do you take it as a shot?
It's like, their Super Bowl is the tournament, is it not? I
don't have to speak for Nate Oats here. I think he meant in this season, in the regular season, is their Super Bowl.
Oh, and by the way, they play another time after this.
Well, they do, but it's in Tuscaloosa. But
if you would have flipped around and said, "Hey, Nate, is it y'all's Super Bowl?" What do you think he would have said?
I might.
No, I don't think he would have. The way I take it, LT, and I totally can see where if you're playing the underdog role and they're coming to my place and they're your rival, how you could play it up the other way. The way I take it is it's a huge game for Auburn that can, and we said it all week long, this win locks Auburn into the NCAA tournament, right? Locks it into the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, unless they were to lose out.
I'm not even sure that would knock them out.
I mean, it probably would, but it's going to take disaster. Yeah. I mean, I think realistically this locks them in the tournament.
I would agree.
It's on your home court. Game day is there. National audience. I mean, I get what Nate Oats is saying. Right. I don't think. I mean,
I don't think it was intended as a shot.
No,
but I can understand where some people would take it that way.
It's a shot because it's the Alabama coach talking about the Auburn team, and you're going to naturally think your rival is taking shots at you. I don't really think it was intended.
Yeah, Vol-Fan
with malicious intent.
A little bit better. It's a slight.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I still don't see that, but
it's their Super Bowl.
Well,
keep in mind last year. You had the Auburn coach and some of the players doing what was the John Mechie crane and all that. Yeah. That happened. Was that last year that happened?
Yeah.
It's
okay. So here's what I would ask you.
Is it the biggest game on their schedule?
Okay, but you said there's no chance they storm the court. If it's their Super Bowl and they win, they storm the court.
I don't think they will, but is it the biggest game on their schedule? I mean, I think that's what Nate Oats is saying. The biggest game on your schedule is your Super Bowl, right? I mean, is it the biggest game on their schedule? Is it? That's not a rhetorical question. I'm asking you.
Biggest. Well, you don't have to be a smartass to me. Yes. Can
I
treat him as hostile?
Up until this point, yes, it is.
Well, I mean, what will be their biggest game after this?
Maybe at Alabama.
For Auburn? Is it their biggest game on their schedule?
Auburn's biggest game on their schedule?
It is this year because of where Alabama is.
Yeah, there's no doubt it is. I don't even think you can argue anything differently.
Like, it takes Alabama to having the year they're having to make this even a bigger game, and that's what has happened. It's sort of role reverse, right? I mean, Auburn was this team last year at this point, right?
Yes.
At this point last year, Auburn was where Alabama is this year. It's sort of the scripts sort of have flipped now, right? That's last year it was Jabari and Walker, and at one point Auburn was the best team in the country. They could go to the Final Four, and it meant everything if Alabama could beat them, right? And it sort of has flipped the script now this year. Alabama's in that power position, and Auburn needs this win, a big win there. So I think it's a huge game. And
yeah, I mean, I think
they just swap places.
Okay, and I think last year was probably Alabama's Super Bowl when they had them in Tuscaloosa. I mean, that was probably Alabama needed a game like that. I mean,
and Auburn swept them last year. Is that right, Forrester? Was it an Auburn sweep last year? I think so. Yeah.
I mean, look. I mean, it's
again. I think if they really believe it's their Super Bowl, we're going to see a court storm.
I don't think you'll see that, but I just think I think this is what happens in rivalries. A guy makes a comment on a TV show and everybody wants to get pissed about it. I mean, it's what you do when you don't like the other coach. Auburn fans don't like Nate Oats. He's a good coach. He's got Alabama playing well. He's a little brash. Alabama fans don't like Bruce Pearl. He's a good coach. He's got Auburn playing well. He's got some confidence and some swagger. I mean, they don't like each other. I'd rather it be that way than Tony Barbie and Anthony Grant. Nobody gave two rips about those guys.
Nate doesn't pull punches, and Bruce was doing the crane last year.
I mean, I'd rather have that than Tony Barbie and Anthony Grant, please.
So, basketball coaches are a little bit more out there. Ush says at Next Round Live on Twitter, I don't have a problem with it, but it's absolutely a shot. Come on, guys. Lance got that one right.
Okay.
That's Ush there.
Congrats, Lance. Big win for you.
I'm not trying to win there. I'm just happy how I heard it.
Just happy to be nominated, aren't you? All right. We'll get back into Texas, Oklahoma, that news, and then talk to Alabama AD Greg Byrne coming up at the top of the hour. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. If you're looking to get that special piece of meat for a big Valentine's dinner, you can do it with a Valentine's special right now at New York Butcher.
Yeah, pre-order right now. Valentine's Day dinner for two. The wife or girlfriend is absolutely going to love you. That package includes 2 8-ounce choice fillets, 2 loaded twice-baked potatoes, 2 garden salads, yeast rolls, $59.99. You could upgrade to Prime, just $10 more. Treat your special someone with our Valentine's Day special for 2. Create that romantic evening at home. Call us today. Reserve yours. The Cahaba Heights location, 205-970-7300. Greystone right there on Highway 119, 205-703-8825. It's the New York Butcher Shop.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Our friends at Ghost Energy brings you part of the show. John Lunsford in here working IT like a NASCAR pit crew for LT's computer. Ghost Energy will get you going in the morning. I was by Adams Beverage yesterday picking up some new Ghost Energy. I did not get any of the new flavor. They tell me there's a cherry lime flavor that's out now, which sounded intriguing to me.
Oh, that does sound good. My computer's done, by the way.
It is officially done?
Well, I mean, they just popped up the Capitals and Islanders game.
Who won?
I don't even know. But, I mean, somebody's controlling my mouse right now, and even Lunsford couldn't figure it out.
No. We unplugged the mouse, and somebody was working on your computer right now. They clicked on the Next Round Live site. They did a booking site, something about a beheading in New Jersey.
That's right. You've got what I'd like to call a virus.
Yeah. Did a beheading really come up?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I was just adding to your search history, probably.
I did see where this dude cut his girlfriend's head off with a samurai sword the other day.
I'm stunned you saw that story. Was it a documentary?
No, it was just, it got weeded through. Like, we have our trash stories, and it was one of the ones that got kicked out.
Yes, we kind of like to laugh at trash. That's going to be a tough one.
So I jokingly threw in a beheading story, and it really has been searched on your computer.
Course.
Yeah, absolutely. Ghost Energy Drink gets you going. Look for that Ghost logo, zero sugar, and the new flavors that are out there. Love our friends at Adams Beverage. Love Ghost Energy. They do so much with our community, and we appreciate being partnered up with them. So the big story that came last night, and Greg Sankey, SEC commissioner, said this was started. He got a call from the Big 12 commissioner back on Wednesday that said it looked like this was going to move pretty quickly. And then last night, the official announcement from the Big 12 that Texas and Oklahoma and the Big 12 had reached an agreement, and all the partners, that they would be exiting on July 1, 2024. And when you hear that initially, your first thought was what, Brownie? That thank goodness we got a date now?
I thank goodness. I know this next season will not feel like a lost season at all. I love college football. There's still passion. Alabama fans still want to win a national championship. Auburn fans want to see the launch of the Hugh Freeze era. Georgia fans expect to win 3 straight. I'm not about to suggest at all it's going to be a lost season. But it might have a weird feel to it, knowing that the Big Ten and the SEC are about to look significantly different, and college football as a whole is about to look significantly different. I feel like we're in a little bit of a, I don't even know what to compare this to. But
it's a lame duck year is what it feels like.
It's a lame duck presidential term. He's still doing things. He's still president. You know, he's still got all the powers the president has, but he doesn't get a whole lot done because everybody's ready for the next term.
Yeah. Which launches instantly in our store not our college football. The 2023, not our college football.
Yeah, but I mean, it is a bit of a lame duck year, right?
Did you include Oklahoma on the?
It's on the shirt, baby. Oklahoma and Texas.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad. I'm one of those that this is going to be a lame duck year for Oklahoma and Texas in the Big 12.
Oh, it's going to be for them and for USC and UCLA.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's going to be uncomfortable years. And now that they're coming to the SEC, I've kind of accepted it. It's still a weird look. Weirder USC and UCLA are going to the Big Ten. I'm ready for it.
I would be, in fact, Dunaway, stunned. And I know you want this to happen. I do, too.
I tweeted it last night. I'd love for this to happen.
Stunned if those two teams play for the conference championship.
I would love if we had a Red River rematch for the Big 12 championship game. Texas versus Oklahoma would be fantastic. Volfan 205 said the refs are about to let every late hit slide against Texas and Oklahoma.
If you think that Texas and Oklahoma are positioned to play for the conference championship and they are getting any calls down the stretch, I think you're crazy. I'd be stunned, Lance, if those two played for the championship.
Okay, well, I feel good we can eliminate Kansas as well as they played last year.
I would agree with you on that one.
I think we can eliminate TCU.
I would agree. I think they
that
come back.
magic ain't happening again.
Not 2 years in a row.
You can eliminate Iowa State.
Yeah, I think you can eliminate Iowa State.
All right, I'm up. I'm tracking. Let's go.
I think you can eliminate Texas Tech.
They're good. I don't know that they're championship
to be in
game
the
good.
Big 12 championship.
I mean, they were 8-5 this year. They finished fourth in the league.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. It was TCU and Kansas State this year.
I mean, I'll put it this way: they finished a game behind Texas.
I think Kansas State is going to be the force in the Big 12 coming up.
Yeah, I think Kansas State you got to look at. I think, Oklahoma State, you never know when he's going to catch lightning in a bottle. Baylor.
I will tell you, Texas better be there.
And
now, I don't know about Oklahoma because it's year 2 for Venables, but year 3 for Sark, they better be there.
It really will not surprise. I mean, it would be so Gus Malzahn to play in that conference championship game his first year in, wouldn't it?
In his first year in.
Yeah.
We're getting away a little bit from
I'm sorry about that.
From the fact that Texas and Oklahoma is coming to the SEC. Later in the show, and Taylor would love for us to do this too, we'd like to see some of the permanent matchups, and we've got a graphic we'll show you later in the show of one of our viewers, Robbie, who put together his 3 permanent matchups, and we'll show that later on. But it's a we're heading to a model where this likely will be the last year of divisions in the SEC. Be the last year we play 8 games in the SEC. Be the last year that CBS broadcasts SEC games. It'll be the last year for the 4-team college football playoffs. Last year, obviously, you have Oklahoma and Texas in the Big 12 and USC and UCLA in the Pac-12. Last year of Bedlam, Oklahoma State. We get the Texas A&M rivalry back in 2024, which I would be excited about. You excited about that?
Oh, I am.
Oh,
yeah. Texas A&M.
Do you remember when Nick Saban went to Baton Rouge that first time? They were burning him at effigy. Can you imagine the hate in that first Texas A&M game?
Yeah, for the everything off field. But right now, those just aren't 2 good programs.
They're not, but neither are Ole Miss and Mississippi State. You love the Egg Bowl, I mean, this has got Egg Bowl vibes to it.
Oh, yeah. Look, if it ends up being good games every year, look, the hatred will be there.
Hatred is what I'm there for. And I'm wrong. I know I was wrong about this. Y'all don't have to say, Brown. I know I was wrong about this. Growing up, to me, Texas A&M had way more meaning than Texas, Oklahoma. To me, growing up, I never realized Oklahoma was their big rival until pretty much they quit playing Texas A&M, really. I never realized that the Red River was the bigger game. I always thought Texas A&M, because keep in mind now, growing up in Alabama, the in-state rivalries were what mattered. Alabama and Auburn, that mattered, right? So I just assumed Texas A&M was the bigger game. So I actually have more fond memories about that than the Red River rivalry. That one means more to me. So I'm excited about getting Texas A&M back, to answer your question.
Yeah, me too. And that becomes the discussion for later on. But do you think, Brown, ESPN and Fox, that ESPN gave up some inventory to get this done?
Potentially, yeah.
That's what I'm waiting to see. And we may not even know it until it's game week and all of a sudden they're saying, Texas at home this week. You'll see that in our big noon kickoff, and we'll be like,
there we go. Yeah.
That's one of those games they gave up to make this happen.
When we see the selections, we'll know that, Texas and LSU's the big noon kick. We're like, I guess Fox kept that one, right?
Yeah, I guess Fox got a little inventory here.
I'll tell you this will, I don't know about you guys, but when they do the schedule unveil on SEC Network, it really doesn't get my attention, honestly. I'm I pretty much know who Alabama and Auburn are playing and who most of the teams in the conference are playing.
That's right.
I know, when they're at home and away, about the only suspense is what order they come in. And that just really, as much as I love college football and SEC football, that one doesn't move my needle. But this next time they do it,
the first one will be.
The first conference, the schedule unveil is going to be very, very interesting for this.
Yep.
And you wonder how much Greg Byrne knows about how this model is actually going to
it probably more than he's about to share with us, but
Greg Byrne knows. I would tell you that it is my belief that the schedule is already it's already set in stone.
You think Alabama's already holding and Auburn are already holding a schedule with Oklahoma and Texas involved? I'm not saying they're playing them.
Yeah, I think they've got a simulated schedule right now, or at least something on paper. It might not be in stone.
Yeah. But I guarantee at the SEC offices, the 2024 schedules for the next 12 years are already in place.
And all they're waiting to do is when we're unveiling this, let's put the logos on and go.
They're not sitting down there right now, still trying to figure out how we're going to play the 3-6-6 model. They've got it in place. They've got everybody's got their 3 permanents already. They know first year they're going to play these 6 teams, and next year they can play that 6 teams. I guarantee you, in a vault in Greg Sankey's office, behind the code that spells out it just means more.
I bet we could have it on the show Monday.
You bet what?
We could have that.
You think it'll leak out?
No.
Or you think we can figure it out?
No, I just think somebody could probably work their way into the office and get it. I mean, this is not like KFC's recipe or Coke's recipe.
It's on a computer somewhere, so
I guarantee somebody's got their laptop up right now.
Yeah, Lunsford's our guy.
Yeah, we know who we're not sending.
We're not sending you in for this mission.
Yes,
hey, you provide covering gunfire outside.
No, if they've got hard copies.
Hey,
this is 2023.
You want me on your team.
You're the only one with hard copies.
Hey, we're not
sweet talk the receptionist. You guys sneak behind her.
Well, we know from yesterday's show. We're not sending me in because I may have to jump over a Calera phone book laser at some point, and Lance doesn't think I can do that. The show being brought to you in part today by our friend Dr. B, getting LT's hair right for another great Valentine's Day coming up. Greg Byrne, Alabama Athletic Director, is coming up on the other side.
Again, when things start to fall apart as we get older, unfortunately, the thinning of the hair happens. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the one everyone said I needed to go see. After the second checkup, 14% thicker on the hair. Started that second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best of the business. T3hair.net, that's T3hair.net. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. Beckenstein today. Book that free consultation. Find out if it's right for you. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. For more information, T3hair.net.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube @NextRoundGaming and also follow us on Twitter @TNRGaming247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's @NextRoundGaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on the next round as we move to hour number 2. We'll hit your headlines right here, being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, getting ready for Super Bowl weekend.
Yeah, they got all those props, man. You can bet on the national anthem link, color of the Gatorade, opening coin toss, passing yards, things like that. All those fun Super Bowl props. Right there, MyBookie.ag, code next round. Don't forget your initial deposit has a bonus that comes with it. You only have to use it once for it to be yours forever. MyBookie.ag, code next round. That is code next round when you sign up for MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code next round.
All right, Alabama-Auburn with game day in town. 1 o'clock ESPN, doors opening early at Neville Arena as we get ready for that big basketball game down there. Arguably one of the biggest Auburn-Alabama matchups in recent memory, to be honest with you.
No, there's no doubt. And Greg Byrne, the Alabama Athletics Director, joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Greg? How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. To be completely frank, when you were out of town last week, you said you would come on this week. We initially had a couple things we wanted to talk to, and a lot has happened since then. So we may work backwards here. I would like to start getting your reaction to the news that Oklahoma and Texas are, in fact, coming to the Southeastern Conference in 2024. It is an exciting time, but there are a lot of unknowns, I would assume, still with all of this.
Yeah, there are. Obviously, every day there seems to be new, significant news, so you can't probably hard to take a day off from paying attention to what's going on in the college sports space. But yes, it's we were excited, obviously, when we originally announced the news that Texas and Oklahoma would be coming to the Southeastern Conference. And we've been working on some of the logistics on what that looks like over the last couple of years. And then to have that be moved up to July 1st, 2024, I think there was something that sounds like the Big 12 was interested in having happen. And Texas and Oklahoma were too. And we were. Now, we've already started doing scheduling discussions and what that looks like. But that speeds up the time frame a little bit, knowing that it will be a year earlier than what we originally expected. But their rich traditions and performance in so many sports they're gonna be a wonderful addition to our conference, and certainly excited when they get to be here and be permanent members.
Yeah, I know you can't get into specifics, but everybody's speculating on scheduling partners, who those permanent partners are going to be. Do you feel like you guys are close to a model?
Well, we're close to having models to look at. We that has happened already.
Dunaway said you guys have already got the schedules in place for 2024.
Don't lie to me, Greg Byrne. You're looking at the schedule, aren't you?
Well, I tell you what, I need to see that because I missed that one. So there are proposals. There's things we're looking at. The big one is 8 versus 9 conference games. How many we end up playing there, and there'll be some more discussion about that going forward. I know Coach Saban and myself have been advocates for more good games in college football in the Southeastern Conference, and so, but I also think it'd be fair to say when we had been talking about that for quite a while and didn't look like there was much interest in going to 9 games. And then when Texas and Oklahoma happened, that obviously changed the narrative a little bit. I will say, though, that we started scheduling 2 Power 5 non-conference games, which I think our fan base will enjoy being a part of. Going to Texas last year, Texas will be here this year. All the different ones that are on our schedule in the future, I think, are good for the University of Alabama. They're good for the value of the Southeastern Conference. And so, then the other new caveat to all this is that we have the expanded playoff. So what's the right number of conference games for our program, for our conference? That will be discussed more in the coming weeks and months. But I think we're going to have some resolution sooner than later now because of them coming on a little bit earlier than what we expected.
I do feel like my comment on you knowing the schedule is closer than, or at least you would believe it's closer to being reality than LT saying you have unlimited money buried in the back of the Malmort building, right?
That's fair. Yeah, the scheduling is a reality. The unlimited fund account that I get accused of hiding, I honestly have not found that.
You
yet.
just got $50 million. Yeah, where does it go?
You see the picture behind me of 21 teams?
Yes.
I haven't found a way to do that yet for free.
Of that money, though, you and I was the guy that said it. A day of reckoning was coming about Alabama basketball, and then Nate Oats and Alabama reached an agreement for a long-term contract. I would imagine even before any move was made in places like Austin, Texas, or anywhere else, you were probably already working on a new deal with Nate Oats. How do you feel about having that deal in place now?
Well, it was actually pretty easy. When we hired Nate, and I knew when we hired him, people were probably going to go, the majority of our fans were going to say, who the heck is this guy? But we, really felt he was a great fit for us and who we were and who we are and what we do. And so I told him when we hired him, I think he was second to last in the league in salary. And if you look at, I don't like me's, my's, and I's, okay? But if you look at who I've hired historically from a coaching standpoint, I like to see people who are on their way up and kind of their trajectory is heading in that direction. Not all, I've hired some more experienced coaches at times, and every search is unique. But I told him, I said, listen, you come and do a good job, we're going to take care of you. And so in 2020, the year we won the SEC men's regular season and conference or tournament championship, if you remember the week our game against A&M got canceled because of COVID, I actually called them that morning and said, hey, let's get together now that we have a few hours where we're both free. And we kind of knocked a deal out in about 6 hours. And this time his agent and I have been talking because we didn't have that same cancellation and such, and his agent's done a really nice job for him. They've known the entire time we want him here. They have been very clear that they want to be here. And obviously the job that he has done has been remarkable. He's got a really good staff put together. He's got a good culture within his program. I saw the comments from the team about when his contract got extended and how they feel about him. So it was, we felt when we did it was the right time to announce it, but it was something we've been working on for quite a while. And obviously he deserves to be up in the upper part of the SEC from a salary standpoint. We've made that commitment to him, and it's a partnership that we're looking forward to having for a long time. The other part, and I've been very firm about this, I do think when you make an investment in a coach like this, it shouldn't be just a one-way street. And so to his credit very much, he's been very open to having a very large, significant buyout that shows a commitment on his side too. And so that's the approach we've tried to take. And I think our actions and our steps have been positive, that reflect well on the commitment on both sides and how we feel about the long-term viability of him being our head coach here at Alabama.
Alabama Athletics Director Greg Byrne is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I ask you this question because you know what's coming next, and we get asked this a ton, the status of the arena. And when Coach is on with us, he talks about it a lot, and he says, I need people to donate. Is that just a good summary of where you are on moving forward with that new arena because of cost increase?
Yeah, we can go a little granular on it as best we can. When we announced the Crimson Standard, it was $600 million 10-year deal, 10-year fundraising, because the best departments honor their past, stay focused on today, and create vision for the future. And so that was creating our vision for the future. And I said, the day we announced it, I said, listen, what this looks like today, which at that point we thought a renovation of Coleman was the right path for us. What this looks like today and what it will look like 3 years from now will be different because it will continue to evolve. Now, so it has changed and what the priorities have been. But I also said very clearly, because it's the God's honest truth, phase 2, which was the basketball arena, could not support itself. We needed phase 1 to allow phase 2 to happen. Okay. And so, and as we started evolving and looking into it more and more and having more discussions about it, we really thought, okay, maybe the renovation to Coleman isn't the right thing at that point. And maybe a new arena is the better thing. Because when you start from scratch, you can build more of what you want within financial realities. And so talked to our trustees, Dr. Bell, and announced last February a $183 million, 10,000, a little over 10,000 seat arena. And so but there's multiple steps that we have to go through, whether you're building an arena, whether you're building a practice gym, whether you're building a classroom that we're required to go through. And that was the first public part of what we could do with it. Then, and guys, I want you to know, when I sit down and talk to architects, or we sit down and talk to architects, I'm very firm with them and saying, guys, you got to get us numbers that are right. You have to do that, because as soon as we go public with this, everybody's going to say, oh, that's okay. You're moving forward and that's what we're doing. In the architect's defense, they didn't anticipate the level of inflation that we've been under for the last year. And so over about 2 or 3 more meetings, I would walk in there and they have very kind of grim looking faces on them and say, it's gone up some. Well, how much? $25 million. Next meeting, another $25 million.
Wow.
And then the third one is, okay, now we think we could be close to $250 million, a quarter of $1 billion. And that was not what we were expecting. Now, with that, our donors have been extremely generous. And yesterday I was in Birmingham trying to raise some money. We actually had a gift that came in this morning. So we are actively doing that. But I also want you to know, as we were doing this, we have tried to look at every avenue possible as far as what opportunities are there. We don't necessarily go public with that all the time, so people don't know what we're doing. But I know the arena in Austin has been talked a lot about. We actually met with those people 3 years ago and trying to say, could this be a solution for us? And they're a good group. They're doing the right thing. And what we went from was maybe, hey, potentially a arena for a very low cost for the University of Alabama, to now when we kept digging on it, and to build an arena to support concerts in the level that they have is a completely different build than building a competition only facility. Well, it got after to about 2.5 years into it, we were like, it would be more expensive to build it through them, in which we would have to give up a ton of control, than it would be to go build our own arena ourselves. And so, I've wanted our fans to know that we have not sat still. We have continued to work on it. We're working on it every single day. We have fiduciary responsibility where I can't jeopardize the rest of our department based off of one facility. But Regina doesn't let me go to the grocery store very often because she doesn't trust what I'm going to bring back. What was on the list.
Same.
But a little while ago, she sent me to the grocery store, and I was in Publix, and the second person that came up to me and said, when are you going to build the arena? You got plenty of money. I just saw the profit that you announced, 18.5, which the other part where that is all accounted for from a debt service standpoint didn't get a whole lot of attention. and he said, you're going to lose Nate. I said, well, we just signed him to a contract extension. He said, well, he's still going to go. And I said, well, I talked to Nate a lot. I think we got a good relationship. Really proud of what Christy Curry's doing. And I said to the gentleman, and it was a healthy conversation, so it wasn't defensive, it wasn't anything like that. but I said, let me ask you something. He said, what's that? I said, I know, Nate has said he wants the arena, and he does. And he and I talk about that regularly. I said, Christy Curry wants the arena. Ashley Priest Johnson wants the arena for gymnastics. I said, you know who may want the arena more than any of those people? He said, who? I said, me.
I just want to shop for groceries. I can't shop for groceries anymore, right?
That's right. Yeah. That's right. And that's okay. That's part of the role I'm in. And I love interacting with our fans. I think people have seen that. And so anyways, it is a priority. We have to balance that with financial realities. It's not just as simple as saying, let's go spend $250 million and anything else, to heck with it. But what's really cool is the fact that there's such passion about wanting to do this. And so many schools are just trying to get people to care. And one of the things we're so fortunate about at Alabama is people care. And that's why we're here. That's why we're a part of it. And it's exciting to see what's going on. The women have won 5 straight on the road last night, one at Kentucky. We just had our season high in gymnastics scores the other day. And we're having success in a lot of different sports because we got great people here making it happen. We got great support. And what's going on with our men's basketball program? I saw a couple of tweets in the last 24 hours that we're doing some really historical things, and that's really cool. And let's do everything we can to enjoy that, be a part of it. And please know that we are diligently working, trying to move it forward, and doing that with some of the realities we're facing.
So, Greg, I am labeled as the guy that leaves events at halftime. It's a fair label. You guys, you mentioned
at least you own it.
Yeah, I do own it. I've actually left Super Bowls at halftime. True story. So you mentioned the Alabama women's basketball. They're hosting Auburn 4:00 on Sunday at Coleman Coliseum. Will you leave at halftime to get a good seat for Super Bowl? No judgment here. I'm just asking.
Good. I hadn't actually thought about that. I didn't know what time the Super Bowl kicked off, but as the athletic director, I knew that we were playing at 4:00 on Sunday in women's basketball. I will be there for the entire women's basketball game for sure. And I'm going to go to the men's game at Auburn on Saturday. I'm on the NCAA men's basketball selection committee. And so I've got meetings with that in Indy next week, but I'm going to try to get down to Knoxville too and be there on Wednesday night for the men's game. But it's exciting to see both programs having success, and that the fact that we're sitting here on your show on the next round talking about whether people are going to stay through the whole women's game or go home for the Super Bowl. I hope everybody will stay for the entire women's basketball game. And y'all got to come out and watch them. It's a great group of kids. They're playing their tail off, and it's fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Brown's wife will actually be there coming up Sunday. And my wife walks dogs with one of the players' moms, so we hear about the basketball team, the women's team, a lot. I did want to, before you go, Aaron Suttles is part of our family up here as well. And I wanted to ask you about Yay, Alabama, that announcement, and then Aaron Suttles being a part of that. I know it's not directly a part of your department there, but it's something that I think you and Coach Saban and Nate Oats are pretty proud of the way this is being laid out for the future at Alabama.
Yeah, we the whole approach from an NIL standpoint is we've tried not to have a lot of shock and awe coming out of our program, so to speak. What we've tried to be is slow and steady and try to build a model that we think is sustainable long term. And so High Tide Traditions got started. A guy named Larry Morris, who's a great friend of our program, started that, did a very good job of just kind of bridging this and trying to, I've said this a lot in the last few years, but we were building the plane as we were flying the thing, and High Tide Traditions was. And so we really appreciate all the efforts there. And then at the same time too, looking, schools have evolved already with that. We're included in that. So the Yay Alabama model was put together by some outside folks, and really have been impressed with the 3 different prongs that they have. Going to have the subscription model, and that's where Aaron fits in. And he's going to be the director of content, and it will be good, legitimate content that people will be interested in hearing and reading about. And people, I think, are going to want to subscribe to it, and knowing that they'll benefit from it, and our student athletes will benefit from it as well. There's going to be 501c3 opportunity for people who want to make charitable contributions, and there'll be charitable opportunities for our kids tied to that. And then there'll be sponsors. And when this whole thing started, one of the things I thought is your multimedia rights could be as legitimate of NIL as there is out there. And so we announced our partnership extension with Learfield. they're not going to be putting the deals together. They're going to be the conduit between the student athlete, the representation on the student athlete side, and the companies that have interest in working with our student athletes, which some of them have already done. We've seen a lot of our student athletes benefit from it, which has been great. We're happy for them. We need to make sure that we're able to fund the rest of our department in a way that we expect to be able to compete across the board in our 21 sports for our 650 kids, 350 employees, all the different things that go into supporting that. But I really am pleased with the efforts that have gone forward to this point. Aaron's going to be a big part of that. And the Alabama, we've already had some really strong membership sign up, and think that will continue as more content comes along.
So, Greg, as you go, the minute you guys started using our Charles Barkley interview in the pregame basketball intro, fans were sending us videos. We believe that's valued at 4 Final Four tickets in the event Alabama makes it. So,
That seems reasonable. I've already, I being on the men's basketball committee, I do get a few tickets, and I'm hopeful that I will be inundated with requests. But obviously, we got to play it one game at a time. Yeah. Go play well this weekend. I do want to say, so our fans understand, and I cannot be any more sincere about this. When they talk about Alabama in the committee room, I have to leave the room. And last year I was in the committee room and I had to leave the room each time. And you sit out in the hallway all by yourself. It just gives you a chance to, respond to some emails and such. But you sit there and you have no input whatsoever. And then you come back in the room. There's a doorbell at they ring the doorbell, and there's a bell that goes out off in the hallway, and you walk back in and they'll give you a summary of what was just said. And you can't even make a comment about that. You could roll your eyes, I suppose, or raise, give a thumbs up, but that's about all you can do.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot easier to be out of the room this year than it was last year.
Sure.
And by the way, this is why we don't let Brown negotiate, because the arena, the football stadium in Houston, you can get us 4 seats where we'd have a better view in Tuscaloosa than at the top of that place.
Let's see what I can do. That's where we started.
You've got to get 4 better seats, Brown.
All right. He is Greg Byrne, the Alabama Athletics Director. You're kind with your time with us, Greg. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
You betcha. Good to see y'all. Roll Tide.
All right, take care. Greg with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
See, Brown, 4 tickets. That's
I gave
different.
it away.
4 tickets is different than 4 good seats.
I gave it away. Well, I mean,
but no,
it's coming from his allotment.
Here's the way it'll work. You guys will probably get credentialed.
Potentially.
And then we'll take those 4, and then
we'll
get me 2 really good ones.
We'll turn the 4
we'll pare it down
into 2.
With our friends at ATEX. Get a little closer. Having gone to one Final Four in my life, it was in Minneapolis with Auburn. And I will tell you, it's not a bad view all the way up to the club level, press box level. It's not a bad view. I cannot imagine watching and it was packed. I cannot imagine watching the game in the upper deck.
It would be awful. There's no reason. I know there's some people that really want to support their team, but to me, it would be better being on the couch.
I've always heard the Monday ticket far, far, far easier than the Saturday ticket.
That's the only one. I saw Florida beat Ohio State in Atlanta on the Monday because it was easier to get tickets. Still a high price ticket because of Ohio State fans, but we had those set up bleachers in the Georgia Dome, so it wasn't bad tickets.
Yeah, I just wish if it happens, there's no way, though, you're going to tell me that I'd rather be watching, even if I'm in the upper deck, I'd rather be in the arena if Alabama really is ever playing for a basketball national championship.
Well, I mean, for Alabama fans, yeah, because it's first time.
Yeah.
I'll be in a sports bar in Houston probably.
Probably so.
Or I might be there for the first half. I threw Greg under the bus, too, because he probably had plans to slip out at halftime.
Oh, boy, you put the spotlight on him. Yeah, that's where
I didn't know when the Super Bowl kicked. I'm the one person in the world that's involved in sports. And
20 minutes before kick, you hold the phone up to your ear, and just a second you walk out and never come back, right?
5:37 is the official kick, I believe. 5:37, somewhere around there. They're listing it at 5:30, but I guess guys like Chris Stapleton have a little say in what time it actually goes
that
on.
game, though?
Television.
Yeah, it kicks when Fox wants it to kick.
No, the Alabama women's game.
Oh,
I get that.
About the Super Bowl.
But if I'm the SEC network, man, I'm putting on a rerun of, Peyton's Place.
I mean, let's be honest about this. You think they're losing any viewers of that game for the Super Bowl being on?
No.
Not a one. I mean, if anybody cares about that game, they're going to watch it.
I mean, other networks, large networks, put on like reruns or
No, I would feel confident the second half of that game will not have more than 1,000 viewers worldwide.
Well, I don't know how many the first half would have, though.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah, probably more than 1,000.
Yeah. Friends and family is what you're saying by the time you get to the second half. Yeah. All right. When we continue on, the conversation goes back to Auburn and Alabama basketball, also to Texas and Oklahoma coming to the league, but also a little Super Bowl this weekend. All this stuff is happening while the biggest game in the NFL is happening. You guys love that, so we'll talk a little NFL when we come back. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's, but I want to get some reaction from our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room on things that Greg was saying there. So we'll do the reaction segment next. Bromberg wants to get that big reaction when it comes to Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day, one of the most popular days to pop the question. If you've got that special someone, you're thinking about popping the question, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's, family-owned and operated since 1836. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Two great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. And if you're sitting there right now in the workplace, you have not purchased that Valentine's gift, you can shop online. Just go to brombergs.com. Check out their inventory today. That's brombergs.com, or stop by the Summit or Mountain Brook locations.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on The Next Round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Brown's going to pull up some of the reaction from the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room to some of the things Greg said, and we can react to those as well. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. Listen, special time when you're a parent, your kids are juniors or seniors in high school, and you're starting to make a great choice about where to go to school. And sometimes it's not the big state university. It's not right for everybody. Sometimes they're looking for a smaller place, smaller class sizes, maybe a smaller campus. All size. One size doesn't fit all, and that's where Montevallo comes in. We're talking about a place where small class sizes could help your son or daughter academically. Maybe they want to continue their athletic career from high school and want to play at a place like Montevallo, which has 21 fully funded NCAA Division II scholarship sports right there. You can get that at Montevallo. Great theater department, great place to go if you want to grow up to be a teacher, and a lot more. Montevallo.edu to schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. It was a long answer about the arena, but it's something financially I think every company, and when you think about Alabama athletics as a business, it's every company in our country is dealing with right now. The fact that the cost of everything has gone up, and it's a reality. It's easy for us to sit here and say, build a new arena. Auburn's got one that's 12 years old. Ole Miss has one that's however old it is, and Alabama's Alabama. Build an arena. It's easy to say that, but when you start talking about something you thought was going to be $186 million and all of a sudden it's $250 million, that's a lot more millions of dollars.
It's a big deal. My small example is, I'm looking to build a new deck. I need a new deck, but the lumber costs have gone up dramatically. And
Crazy.
So where a deck was a year ago to where it was 6 months ago to where it is right now, it's insane. When we've got a lot of good friends that are in the restaurant business, a lot of great sponsors that are in the restaurant business, their costs continue to go up. And although they might be doing more business this year, they're not making any money because the food costs are outrageous.
So here's some of the reaction. Matt says, I work in construction estimating. I see many projects go over budget. Some projects rebid, some go through value engineering, and some just get put on the shelf. He fears this one has just been put on the shelf, and it does appear, at least in the short term, it has. I don't think you could deny that. Holland Oates says, just build it. Inflation happens yearly. Ole Miss has a new arena, and we don't. To which Kevin says, doesn't seem to be helping Ole Miss much.
It's not. It's
not.
It is empty. And I've told this to Greg before, and I tried to say this a couple of times here on this show. The arena talk is fine, and I understand it. But I don't want you, and I know we can all do 2 or 3 things at the same time now. We're not conditioned like our grandparents were. But I would say don't get caught up in the weeds of a new arena and let the fact that Alabama's having maybe its most special basketball season ever distract from the fact that you're watching a really great basketball team this year, whether it's in a place you think's a dump or not. You should be going to the games, and they have been going to games, and you should enjoy this and not spend all your time thinking about something that could be 5 years away or 10 years away. Enjoy what you got right now.
Metallica, Alabama. What if that were a city in Alabama? Where'd you grow up? Metallica,
Alabama.
We've had a couple of kids named Metallica on Trash on the Table.
That's true. He says,
greatest rock band of all time, by the way.
If you had a high school football team in Metallica, Alabama, would it be like rock horns instead of hook 'em horns? That would be theirs.
Could be.
Metallica, Alabama, all the fans would be doing this.
You definitely enter Sandman, right? Just like Virginia Tech does.
And this would be what it would be, right?
He says, I'm confident in Greg Byrne and his ability to get it done. I'm not worried about Nate Oates anymore either. I love the cooperation at this university. I do think that was an important part outside the arena talk. A lot of people will focus on the arena. Is him saying, look, we committed to Greg Byrne, but I don't believe in doing that without commitment on the other side back. And that's what we talked about. The most important part of any sort of Nate Oates contract, Greg Byrne's, to his point, Lance, is what is the buyout? What does somebody have to pay for Nate Oates not to be the Alabama coach? And it's back up to almost $13 million now, which I don't know that Texas is coming open. I don't know.
Honestly, I don't know if he would take Texas.
I don't know if he would, but I will tell you this. I don't think with everything that's going on right now, including what Texas is about to have to fork over to be an SEC school, I don't think there's any chance they'd pay $13 million for Nate Oates.
And here's a point that yesterday Texas, for the second time, has given Rodney Terry an interim raise. They upped his salary to $1.2 million yesterday.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of speculation that he's either got to win the Big 12 regular season, which I think he will, the Big 12 tournament, or make a deep tournament run. One of those 3 would probably get him the gig full time.
I like this Texas team.
Yeah, they're getting better, and he's learning how to coach them, and they're learning how his coaching is going. So that job may not be open. But, as we said on our day of reckoning day before the contract was worked out, Alabama, I can't remember, we've asked Wimp before, and it was just a different time back then. Coaches didn't leave and bounce around like they did. Wimp had a couple of opportunities to leave and never really thought about it because he loved Alabama. He was where he wanted to be. Since then, Alabama's never really had a basketball coach anybody else wanted.
Well, here's the difference, though. Wimp is an Alabama guy.
Right.
And Nate Oats is I'm not going to call him a carpetbagger, but, he's not from around here.
No, he's not. It would have been easy for him to cash in and go somewhere.
But Nate Oats seems very comfortable in Tuscaloosa. His family is very comfortable in Tuscaloosa. He's making more money. He can make as much money as he wants, and he knows now that he's got an opportunity to win a national championship.
He can recruit lottery picks. I mean, he can, compete for a number 1 seed. Well, he hasn't proven he can go to the Final Four, but he's certainly built a team that's capable of it, right? I mean, there's nothing you can't do in Tuscaloosa. And what Greg Byrne has now done with the Nate Oats contract is put Nate Oats in a situation where there would only be 2 or 3 jobs that he would even think about. And I'm not even saying he'd take those jobs, Lance.
Well,
but there's only a couple he's even thinking about now.
Metallic Alabama again. What about Syracuse over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room? I mean, here's a couple of things. How good is the Syracuse job right now when Jim Boeheim is openly bitching about financial support for NIL? The second thing, they've won a national championship. They've been to a ton of Final Fours. Nate Oats can do something no one has ever done in Alabama basketball before.
But the fact of the matter is, money to spend in NIL stronger at Alabama than it is at Syracuse. I know he's got that $1 billion guy who apparently is trying to open up his checkbook, but Boeheim is saying he's never paid anybody before. But Nate's the ability right now to get anything he wants, and I don't think you'll see any coach who is in the SEC or the Big Ten leave the SEC or the Big Ten to go somewhere else outside of that. I mean, agree. There is value in being at an SEC school and a Big Ten school now because they're the only 2 permanent, solid standing points that are built on solid rock for the rest of college football's history and college basketball's history and college sports history.
Are wired like me. I would rather do something that's never been done before. And you're going to make the same amount of money if you're happy where you are. Again, that's why we go back to the Dabo conversation that we had for years, that I think we all agree now Dabo is never going to leave Clemson. But, that is Dabo's program. Dabo is the face of that program. He's done things that nobody's ever done there before. If you go to Michigan State or Syracuse, I mean, Texas is a little different because Texas has not done shit in basketball.
Yeah, a landmine believer, and I agree with him on this one. Michigan State is about the only job that could come open that would worry me.
Well, I mean,
I don't know enough about Michigan State. That includes Kentucky to me because Kentucky is one of those places, and I compare it to Alabama football a lot. Before Nick Saban got to Alabama, what went on at Alabama? You had a lot of boosters, a lot of people who had their hands on the strings, man. They were pulling and doing all this that hurt Alabama. That goes on at Kentucky basketball all the time.
I'll take Nate Oats off the table. If I'm a big-time college basketball coach, what scares me a little bit about Kentucky right now is this report that Cal went out and got his NBA players to donate the necessary money to build that practice facility, and Kentucky said, nah, we're not doing it that way. That would scare me as a coach. I want the autonomy that, first of all, I feel like if I'm going to coach a place like Kentucky, all I need to do is say we need the practice arena, and they start digging holes.
Yeah, but who does that? What does that tell you that if they said no, we're not going to do it that way? Because that was Calipari and Calipari's players who raised the money. So the power's with who then? It's with Calipari.
That's right.
If it's the other way, it's with who? The money boosters.
That's right.
Who
and
are,
if I'm a
big-time
coach, I don't want that. I want to have the power.
That's my point.
And Kentucky has just told me, if you're a coach, you don't have the power there. So that's going to scare some people. Some big names about it. Now, look, when Cal leaves, Kentucky will hire just about anybody they want, but that will scare some of the big names away.
And I always felt like that's why Alabama always had to hire the people they hired in football, because the people who were there and the power people when Bryant was there, they were going to control things. I know Auburn gets this reputation of boosters who have their hands in the pie down there at Auburn. That's the way it was at Alabama until Mal Moore changed it and Nick Saban got there, and Mal stood between them, the doorway, and Nick Saban's office.
I know he's doing the homeschool bargain, and he gets a lot of money elsewhere, but Jim Boeheim only makes $2.8 million, by the way. He's 33rd nationally in what they pay.
What do you get for $2.8 million these days?
You would get a high-level assistant.
Yeah.
That would leave his job to take that job at Syracuse, if that's what you continue to pay. I think Syracuse is smart enough to know when Boeheim leaves, they're going to pay more.
Hey, and
they're getting a discount right now.
And back to Michigan State, man, that program has hit a mountain.
It really has. I mean, Izzo is a Hall of Fame coach, but I mean, they're not good this year, and they really haven't been.
You know, they probably will get in just because of the strength of the Big Ten, just the analytics. But they've only won one tournament game over the last 4 years.
Once you do, like Bruce Pearl at Auburn, a lot of people wanted Bruce, to talk about Bruce using Auburn as a stepping stone to taking other jobs. Once you're a Kyle guy, a couple of free throws away from playing for a national championship, why leave? Right?
That's right.
What?
I mean, look at his 2 recruits for 2024.
Yeah. Why leave? I mean, what can you do at Kentucky that you can't do at Auburn right now?
The only problem with his recruiting class for 2024 is that it's not for the next season. It's the season after next.
And really the only thing a place like a Kentucky or a Syracuse or a North Carolina or something like that offers you is you're the big dog sport. Like, I know this school revolves around me. That's really the only thing those jobs offer.
Some people might not want
that.
A
lot of people don't want that, I don't think.
And look where we are right now for this game coming up this weekend and what Auburn and Alabama have done in the SEC regular season. Since Nate and Bruce got there, Kentucky's not the program in the SEC right now. They're not the program.
It's one of the programs.
Yeah. But it is.
I still think it's the program.
Oh, it's traditionally. Historically, it is. Fan base, it probably is. But it's not the program to beat going in and year out now. I told you in preseason when I ranked, I held up, I said, Kentucky's 4th or 5th for me, and it's playing out that way. They're 4th or 5th. They're not, and that's where they were last year. They're not the program right now. They're not the program. The program is Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee.
I still, when I think SEC basketball, I still think it's
that's history.
I do too, but I'm a 46-year-old man. That's why. I mean,
let's not forget that Kentucky might have been the best team in 2020 when we didn't have a tournament.
They might have been.
Yeah.
Tough break.
And
that was a tough shot.
And I feel really good about Kentucky going to a Final Four next year.
Next year.
Yeah.
They got a great class coming in.
When you have the number 1, 3, and 4 guys overall, all you got to do is get a couple of transfer portal guys. You stay healthy. It's going to be a good team.
Seems like Cal has found his way to miss Final Fours more often. I'd go stake bet on that one.
He's been quite a few. We've already got a stake on
a lot of stuff. A lot of Kentucky.
We do need a stake bet for the weekend.
Super Bowl stake bet.
Well, we got one on 78.5. I got under the winner of that. And probably 6 or 7 more. I can check in the commercial break coming out here. Nichols Outfitters. They bring you the conversation we were just having there. We were glad to have Greg Byrne on the show. Later, Brandon Marcello's with us. If you missed the start of the show, Jay Bilas in the first segment on the big game down in Auburn coming up this weekend. Game day is there. Greg Byrne on a variety of different things for you. We could eat off that bear for a while.
It wasn't just me. It was the people that said I had the best turkey call yesterday, by the way.
You did.
Sorry to tell you.
You know me, I'm tone deaf.
Yes.
So I don't really hear the noises I make.
Right.
So I went back and watched, and yours was by far the best.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know what a turkey call really sounds
like. Nor did
I don't
was
either.
Just guessing.
Yours did have a little gobble in it, so
I mean, oh man, if that doesn't sound just like a turkey, I don't know what does.
I mean, at that point, I would, if we were outside and I heard that,
you'd think, oh my God, it's brown.
I would assume that was the sign that was going to have the people come running out of the bushes to ambush us at that point. That was the sign they were waiting for to go, charge.
Well, listen, turkey bow season, I'm told, opens soon. But the deer season stuff. Yes, Jim told me that.
No, it wasn't me.
Oh, I don't know.
That was me.
Oh, it was Lance. Lance told me.
Is that in your copy?
No. Lance is all straight from Lance. But right now at Nichols Outfitters, 50% off all deer hunting accessories. So I'm talking deer calls, scents, attractants. That is through the end of February. Today is the 10th. So you need to get on out to Nichols Outfitters, largest firearm showroom in the state as well. Knowledgeable staff when it comes to outdoors. 50% off right now on deer hunting accessories through the end of February. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hey, this Valentine's Day, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at Summit Shopping Centers. Choose from a menu of over 70 options. Buy online 24/7 or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the Next Round sent you.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. About to talk a little Super Bowl as we get to the top of the hour here. Show being brought to you in part by our friends right there at Oats, where LT enjoyed trivia on Wednesday. You get a chance to enjoy some great food today.
Yeah, if you're looking for a big-time lunch, I think the weather, it's not going to be bad today. No rain. You can sit out on that patio, inside or outside, enjoy some of that food Rodney Davis has been cooking up for more than 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. And remember, every Friday and Saturday night, live music. Every Wednesday night, it's Oats Team Trivia. Rockstar is going to be out for the next month plus. That means Ryan Brown will be there.
That's right.
So come join us, Oats Tavern, all weekend long. Go see Will Haber and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Village.
Joseph asked, are they open for the Super Bowl? That'd be a hard yes, right?
They are not open on Sundays.
That'd be a hard no.
There you go, Brownie.
That's all me.
Way to jump in there, man.
My bad.
Hey, let's go cut number 9 if you can, Tyler. Cut number 9. Travis Kelce gets asked about the evolution of Pat Mahomes. If you missed it last night, Pat Mahomes was voted the MVP. 48 of the 50 voters gave it to Mahomes. It's his second MVP already in a very young career at age 27. Here's Travis Kelce on what Mahomes has grown into.
What's it mean to you to see the evolution of him from that first MVP year to now being a favorite to win the MVP and seeing how he's evolved over this year in comparisons to that first MVP season he had?
I think we just seen him grow as a quarterback. His talent level goes far beyond more than his ability to instinctually just go out there. You know, he's playing a step ahead. And he's almost playing chess out there in terms of he's got 3 or 4 moves already in his pocket, depending on what the defense does. And you know, that's what's going to make him the greatest to ever go down. And I love playing with him. And he's nonstop, always trying to find ways to make himself better for this team. And you saw that more so this year than any other year that we played, knowing that the pieces were a little bit different in terms of the weapons that he has and the scrutiny that everybody was kind of looking to see how he was going to take his game to the next level. And sure enough, I'm pretty sure he'll win MVP.
Yeah, and he did do that last night. Your thoughts on Mahomes being the MVP?
No surprise at all. I mean, 48 of 50, that's pretty heavy. I mean, when you look at Jalen Hurts, he was 14-1 as a starting quarterback this year. So Hurts, I really do believe that writers like to go, they like to be contrarians at times. And I do believe if Hurts would have played those other couple of games, would have played well in those games, this would have been a lot closer. Whether or not he would have won, I'm not exactly sure. But I'm telling you, this Super Bowl is one of the closest matchups, at least on paper, we've ever seen. I mean, both of these teams, they're sitting at 16-3. They both scored the same exact amount of points in 546.
That's really hard to believe, yeah.
And so that's one of the reasons the Eagles are a 1.5-point favorite. The difference is the Eagles have got the better defense, and the Kansas City Chiefs has got the MVP.
Well, the Eagles have got the better offensive line, and it has survived some injuries. They do have the better defense.
And the Eagles are healthier. They're healthier offensive and defensive side of the football.
The Eagles got the better receivers, Lance.
Oh,
I mean, if you exclude tight end.
Yeah, not even close.
Kelce's the better of the 2 tight ends, but they've got the better receivers. They've got the better offensive line. They got the better defense overall. I mean, I know I've said a lot on this show leading up to this, as I've been told all year long the AFC is much better. Now we get to the Super Bowl, the NFC is the favorite, but you do see why.
Well, and think about this. If the NFC, I was thinking about this earlier this morning, if the NFC wins this will be 3 consecutive wins by the NFC, Tampa, Rams, Philadelphia. And you go back to the one that Kansas City won, you know, they had to have a 10-point comeback in the fourth quarter against San Francisco. So the NFC has really been, at least the last few years, really successful in this setting. I think it's going to be a fantastic game. I think it comes down to one possession.
So the last team with the ball could end up winning.
I could see that.
Yeah, that'd be a fantastic game coming up this weekend. If I said over under 50.5 points in this game, are we expecting a low-scoring game or a high-scoring game? And who does that benefit if it goes either way?
I think a low-scoring benefits the Eagles because they do have that better defense. And, you know, one of the keys is going to be Patrick Mahomes. I mean, the guy is able to create, improvise, but the Eagles have been so good at getting home with just 4 guys up front. I mean, they lead the league. It's not even close in sacks. They've got 70 total sacks. Hassan Reddick has been a beast. So if the Eagles are able to get to him, pressure him, put him down, we still don't know if the ankle's 100%. I mean, it looked fine when he was sprinting to the sideline against the Bengals. But that could be one of the huge factors in this game, whether the Eagles are able to get home or not.
All right, we've got several Cowan Equipment poll questions out. We'll get to those coming up in our next segment off of Texas and Oklahoma coming to the league, as we'll jump into some discussion about scheduling and stuff like that. But as we transition away from the Super Bowl a little bit into other things that are going on, this is still the greatest show in American sports, right? The Super Bowl. This is still the biggest item that goes on our calendar. This is our World Cup or Premier League, whatever, F1 racing, whatever else it is around the world. This is still it for us.
Yeah, I get more excited about this one event than any other because, I like the NFL. I mean, NFL and college football are right there for me. But there's something about how this transcends everyone. I mean, I don't know anybody outside of Brown's wife that will not be watching this game.
Maggie Dunaway will not be watching.
Well, I guess my ex won't either. So let me take that back.
There are a lot of. So you've had a few.
No, but
because I had to ask her last night. I said, "Listen, LT's asking if I'm coming over, and listen, I know you're working hard on your schoolwork and stuff, and if you need me to be here and just sitting in the same room with you or upstairs watching the game while you're downstairs, so you don't feel like you're being left out." I'm fine, but I'd like to go to the game, go over to LT's and watch the game. If you're going to be working, if you want to watch it together, that's fine.
Did she say we'll see?
She said, trust me, I will not turn on 1 second of the Super Bowl You can go wherever you want to go.
So my wife, in full disclosure, is going to Tuscaloosa. Sarah Ashley Barker, Jay's daughter, plays for Alabama, and my wife and Sarah Ashley's mom are very good friends, and they're going to go watch the game, right? But she'll be home for halftime. That's what really, and that's what pulls all this together. That's what involves. My wife watches the Super Bowl halftime every year.
Doesn't matter who it is.
If the Dolphins aren't in the game, she's not going to have any interest in who wins, and her interest in the Dolphins is only how it relates to me. But and trust me, it's been a long time since she's had to worry about that.
Not sure she was alive. Was
she was alive the last time they played in the Super Bowl. She didn't care though because she didn't know me. But
some boy put gum in young Jen's hair on the playground last time the Dolphins were there.
But she will watch the halftime show, regardless of who it is. I mean, I would guess, I don't know, that's the height of their viewership is the halftime show.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, because that's the one that draws everybody into this. Yeah. Anybody that's going to watch the 100 million, 95 million, whatever people it is that will watch, what will draw the mass of them in is the cultural impact of it.
My ex will watch it. Hey, I've got a new prop on our board that I created this morning for halftime.
Is the board already drawn up?
It's so the roommate's actually going to do it because she's got skills and colors and all that kind of stuff.
But if I think of a good category, I can throw it your way and see if it makes the top 20.
I've already got 20 categories, but one of the categories is which song will Rihanna sing second. So I might do first though. I hadn't figured that out because sometimes they do that mashup. But we've got 10 of those songs.
Why don't you go last? Or you think Umbrella's too easy?
No, I wouldn't think that would be last. It's probably going to be a collaboration if there is a collaboration.
Yeah, you're going to get part of a song that is going to be, quote unquote, the second song she sings.
I'll probably do first. Anyway, we're figuring that out, but that's a new category. One of the others is first celebrity shown in a commercial, and I've got 10 celebs already knocked out.
Have you done any research at all?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you've researched celebs that
Ozzy Osbourne's going to be in one.
Right.
I just saw Breaking Bad, so I've got Bryan Cranston / Aaron Paul. Meghan Trainor's going to be in one. I mean, it's a wide variety.
Do we
again, to make it more competitive, and it's inside baseball, it's a big board. Maybe you guys do it as well, or you do the squares or whatever you do, bet at mybookie.ag, whatever you do for the Super Bowl. It's the most gambled on event in America's sports. To make it so it's not the first one, first celebrity in a commercial after the first score would be interesting. Because I think you can find.
No, what I've got first commercial category. I've got the second commercial category after kickoff.
Yeah.
So once you go to that first break, the second category, and I've got like beer, I've got soda, I've got automotive, I've got wireless, got all the categories ready to go. I've also got the same thing after kick, first celebrity in a commercial.
Okay, after kick.
Yeah.
All right. So you could pay off two right there at the same time.
I mean, if you doubled down, if you had Chips and Bryan Cranston, I'm sure AB will double down on something, wouldn't you think?
Our buddy AB's very
Normally
lucky.
Does.
I was just saying it's such a moving window of when the first score happens that it could,
But that's another thing I've got. I've got like first score in the first minute and a half, and then first score between 13 and a half and 12. And so everybody's going to have a little slice of time. And then yard line the first scores from, first number score. And the way we do it, just to let everybody know, if you want to do this yourself, it's really only good with 10 categories, but we draw numbers 0 through 9. And then we just randomly mark those numbers. Dunaway could have 0, Brown could have 7, I could have 3. 7's going to be the big number to have, by the way. And we just write those numbers, and then randomly each category, we just go down and we put those numbers in.
Yeah. For instance, 4 is usually a horrible number. Historically, I get 4. 4 and 8.
But 4's not bad. Lunsford put this out yesterday. The final score on average of most Super Bowls has been 23-20. So 3, by that account, is a great number to have.
All right. We'll get back to Texas, Oklahoma.
24? 24-21.
When we come back, we'll get back to Auburn-Alabama. Some of you are trying to project what the betting line would be. Bobby over there says I wouldn't be surprised if it's Bama minus 5.5.
Well, if it is, Bama's going to roll.
Yeah, I would be shocked to see it that high.
That's a high number.
LT's projecting around 1.5.
2.5. 2.5 after the other night. Yeah.
Okay. And as many of you are pointing out, you got to have movie as one of your categories. If you got car, okay, because
I'll tell you the categories right now.
We don't need them. I was just making sure you got movie because that has become very popular of the genre of commercial ads. Do you feel like the commercials are quality of commercials are down from a few years ago?
I'll tell you what's happened is they all leak out early. Like, I was just looking to see what celebrities we could expect, and all the commercials are here. Like the avocados with Anna Faris, Booking.com, Melissa McCartney, Kevin Bacon, and the Budweiser commercial.
And that's what sucks is that they let the commercials out of the bag too.
Commercial. Miles Teller's in the Bud Light commercial.
It does suck, but we still don't know the order.
You don't know the order.
Sometimes you can find out what the first one's going to be, and that's why I'm going the second. But like I've got Bryan Cranston, Meghan Trainor, Jack Harlow, Gronk, Danny McBride, Maya Rudolph, Paul Rudd, Serena Williams, Brian Cox, Ozzy Osbourne, Adam Driver.
Yeah.
I mean, so these, and it's no telling what they're getting paid per commercial.
No telling. One thing you can count on, games in Arizona at that crappy stadium, you can count on a lot of slippage. The players will be sliding in inappropriate times.
I hope
not inappropriate. They'll be slipping and falling at inopportune times.
There you go. Very good.
In the course of the game. Brown impressed with my vocabulary. You can be impressed with our friends right there at Slice Pizza for lunch today. A slice and a salad, or 2 slices and a salad, or whatever you want on the menu. I always recommend a hot slice and a salad. It's a perfect combination with Slice.
Yeah, and get in and check out that new location over in Crestline. 4 locations to serve you. The original Lakeview, one in Vestavia right down the road, one in Montevallo, and again, new location in Crestline. Local pizza, local ingredients created by our friends the Bajaya Brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris. Just incredible food. They've also got that take-home pizza kit. $13, you get the sliced dough ball, sliced house red sauce, mozzarella, the provolone, your choice of one topping. Always fun to make with the kids. And remember those great specialty pizzas. Call ahead. Pick them up for the Super Bowl, from the Hot Mama to the Bajaya Special. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it, and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right, and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel, where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We love to pull back the curtain here all the time. Would you say the last 5 commercial breaks in a row, Lunsford has been in here, hadn't been able to leave the studio?
Yes.
His mouse started going, people started opening and running his computer. My Mac, which is a higher quality computer than his, has now been spinning.
Sir, man.
Well, the reason I'm a Mac guy is I'm not supposed to get viruses, right? And all
What's
of a sudden,
happening right now?
I've had a spinning wheel. I've tried to change my password. I feel like somebody else has my password now. Just as
I care much more about what is for lunch, that you've got a better, higher quality computer.
That was an insult to
well,
Lance.
my point is, I don't care about the computers as long as they give me what I need to get from them. But now
And of course, you got the one that has to stand out, different coloring computer.
I've got things. We have the same color, man.
No,
it's close. They're both in the gray family.
Yeah, it's all close. Anyway, I hate computers is what I'm trying to tell you. But I'm excited about this weekend, and I love Champy's Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster, champy'schicken.com. Getting you ready for the big Super Bowl weekend. I tell you all the time, if you're looking for a tailgate experience, you always do it with Champy's Chicken. Sterling will take care of you. champy'schicken.com to find out everything they offer near you. The best location, though, is right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Short drive, open for lunch right now. Dinner tonight, anytime this weekend. You can do it. Great place to watch the Super Bowl as well. But you can get that to-go order. Easy to-go order drive-through there. Just swing by, pick it up, or walk in, pick it up. Head to the house. Enjoy great Champy's Chicken, hand-cut chicken fingers, the poor boys, deep southern fried chicken plates, and don't forget the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's our friends at Champy's Chicken. Do we have a betting line out yet on this game? Or anybody check it?
Lunsford normally is the one that gets these early lines. He's been a bit tied up by you two in the last couple segments.
He's giving me a thumbs down right now.
Somebody in the chat room said they saw it at 4.
Okay.
I don't know where they got that, but somebody said they have seen it at 4, Alabama 4.
I wouldn't be
Hunter said
shocked.
that.
It seems a little inflated at 4. Again, I would list it at 2.5.
I'll text Furman and see if there's anything out there.
Okay, no official line yet. But Bruce Pearl, I've painted this the wrong way, according to Bruce. I've been painting this Auburn's not desperate. That's what Bruce is about to tell us. But this is a big opportunity, right, for Auburn to get what I think would seal them, lock them into the NCAA tournament with a win over Alabama, where Alabama is on everybody's big board in the selection room. Bruce Pearl painting it a little different than I painted it on this trip.
Listen to the broadcast last night on ESPN. Jimmy Dykes said that Auburn would be a desperate team. We've got opportunities in front of us. Depends where your perspective is. I don't feel desperate. I feel like I got a really good team that's playing really hard, that is competing every night, and we're giving ourselves a chance. I don't feel desperate. If we'd have gone on the road and gotten pounded like most teams have gotten pounded in Knoxville, that would hurt us worse. We got to continue to do what we're doing and put ourselves in position to win, and that's what we've done so far, and that's what I hope to do on Saturday.
And that is fair. Desperate would mean this would be your last chance, right? And he's got another game on the road at Alabama, which, by the way, if you went on the road at Alabama, it's bigger than beating them at home in the selection room. You've got another opportunity with Tennessee, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're desperate. I think there is some urgency when you look at that schedule because, you lose one, then you've still got really difficult games coming up. There's a pressure that is taken off of you if you were to win a game
But to the extent they pay attention to the net rankings, which I am told they do, I'm told the net carries the weight in that room there. St. Mary's lost to who last night, Jim?
They lost to Loyola Marymount.
And they went into last night in the net 6th, and Loyola Marymount was in the hundreds.
Right.
So that's a quad 2 loss.
Q2, buddy.
A Q2 loss. How far do you think that dropped St. Mary's, Lance, from 6 to what?
I would say that dropped them from 6 to 11.
Reasonable. You would say what?
6 to 11. I'll ride with that.
Reasonable. It dropped them one spot. They went from 6 to 7. So, what? And we learned this, when everybody started, when the NCAA went to the net, I thought it was going to be super volatile. Like, I thought you would lose number 1, you drop to number 10. Not really the case. Not a whole lot of movement there. And Auburn, right now, in the net, is not in a great spot, 32, but you could be in a far worse spot.
Yeah.
You get that win tomorrow, you'll probably jump in the 20s and you're fine.
Now, Brooks is saying at MGM, he's seeing it at 4.5.
Furman just texted me back, nope, nothing up for tomorrow yet. So whatever you're seeing is what I think Lance would call an outlaw line.
Yeah, they just don't put out, and look, if you can grab it at MGM, you might be able to get some value one side or the other, but they don't put these things out till overnight.
Yeah. Is MGM like Mike and Garrett's mom and pop?
MGM should be ashamed of the way they market.
Why?
Well, because they've got like Kevin Garnett and Jamie Foxx on there, and like the verbiage between the two, it just doesn't make any sense to gambling.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I noticed that.
But aren't they talking to the layman's out there, the people that are not in the know with you? Like, gambling lingo.
I guess. But, I mean, it's just uncomfortable. It's
like,
kind of like...
Wouldn't it be like watching a police sitcom on television or something, and it'd be like police officers going, they're not, I mean, you wouldn't.
We got a 1238 in progress.
1238, actually.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
I mean,
blah,
how many
blah.
people do you see? Lakers, no Celtics. Lakers, no Celtics. It's just, it's like we were talking earlier today that Brandon Lang dude that Matt McConaughey portrayed in 2 for the Money is up. It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen. But when you watch it, I don't know how.
Full disclosure, he wanted to come on our show, and LT said no.
They were trying to pimp him on our show. I don't really know anything about it.
We've had him on before. But the thing is, I'm just shocked a guy that has got his background would allow them to put out the product they did with some of the verbiage. I mean, it's things you don't hear in that world.
But I agree, it was not a very realistic. When he's acting, he breaks the scene to say that the Cowboys covered, because when does that happen, right? Not very realistic. But back to tomorrow's game. It's a big one. We'll see what the betting line is. Lunsford says he doesn't see anything on BetMGM yet either, so be careful of that 4.5. That betting line out there. But it's not a desperate team, Auburn, but it's a big opportunity. 1 o'clock, you can hear our conversation with Jay Bilas from earlier in the show, and we've talked to Greg Byrne. A change in our lineup coming up at the top of the hour. No more Brandon Marcello on the show at all today.
That is correct. Yeah, we're going to try that next week.
We're going to do Brandon Marcello next week. We've replaced him, though, with who, Brownie?
That'd be SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey. Had to move his schedule around. We thought there was a chance he was going to be with us in the lunchtime hour. He had some things he had to move on his schedule and asked us to hold off announcing it until he made certain he could rearrange his schedule. He was very kind to do that, so he will be with us at noon today to talk about the big news.
For a lot of the world is the lunchtime hour. So
that is correct, yes.
12 noon today, Greg Sankey will be with us, so that will be an interesting thing. A couple other things to get to as we go on, including LT's 4 downs in just a second. The Cowan Equipment poll questions that we have out.
I'm sorry.
You pulled those up. We got 3 of them that are out. And I'd like to go first with the Texas-Oklahoma version, and then we'll do the Alabama-Auburn scheduling part of that. But it's brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment. And you can go vote always in our poll questions on our Twitter account at Next Round Live.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Do you want Texas or Oklahoma to be one of your SEC team's 3 permanent regular season games?
So if you're a fan of an SEC team, do you want Texas or Oklahoma to be one of your permanent games?
I would say no.
You would say no. If you're an Alabama fan, you would say.
I'll explain why.
Okay.
First of all, I think it's going to be neat, kind of a novelty, the first time your fan base and your team's able to go to Norman and to Austin. Of course, Alabama saw that this year, and they've seen it years ago in Norman. But I think both of those teams are going to get better as they come into the SEC. I think it's going to take them a little bit of time. And they're not traditional SEC rivals. So I wouldn't, I wouldn't mind playing them every 5 or 6 years, but I would have no desire to have them as a permanent partner.
Well, the neat thing about this, and that's why I don't get so caught up, Brown, on who the permanent teams are going to be, because the way we're told, though Greg Byrne put me in my place saying that there is not a piece of paper that already has this laid out on it.
Well, he and Greg Sankey haven't had a chance to compare notes yet.
Yeah, we'll ask Sankey
2
the same
hours
question.
apart. See if Sankey says the same thing.
But I feel like an operation like the SEC would not be basically, what are they, a little over 24 months? No, less than that, a little over 16 months away from.
I mean, it's July of 2024, so
to not knowing what the football schedule is going to look like. It's not going to be that big a deal because the plan is going to be you got 3 permanents there every year. You'll play 6 teams one year, and the very next year you'll play the 6 other teams. So you're going to play everybody every other year, right? So it doesn't matter who your 3 permanents are.
No, 78%, yes, 22% on if you want Texas or Oklahoma to be a permanent. A lot of no's in that group there. Ball Fan 205 says he wants Texas.
Yeah,
a lot of orange in that game.
But see, if I was Georgia and Alabama fans, I would want one, and if I was a TV partner, I would want Alabama and Texas every year, and Georgia and Oklahoma every year. If I was a TV partner,
with only 3 permanent regular season games on the future SEC schedule, which one of these would you choose not to have for Alabama football? So there's Alabama fans. This is the one you do not want, right? So the options were given: Auburn, Tennessee, LSU, Mississippi State. 69% said, I'm ready to be done with State. So most people, the way you would read this, say keep Auburn, keep Tennessee, keep LSU.
Yeah, and it's easier for Alabama, and I'm not saying that'll be their 3, but those are basically their 4 most likely permanent choices, right?
Yeah.
And Mississippi State's the one that is never rarely considered a big game.
Yeah, same question for Auburn. Their choices were Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Florida. 55% ready to be done with Florida. Yeah. Or not ready to be done, but would prefer it not be Florida. So Alabama, Georgia, LSU.
But that shows you a change in the Auburn fan base. And Forrester and I talked about this because there was a time Amen Corner was Florida, Georgia, Alabama. And oftentimes the 35-plus Auburn fan gripes about maybe wanting Auburn to be in the East because you've got Florida and Georgia there and, a good history with Tennessee too. I've always thought that Florida every year would interest Auburn fans more, but once we went to divisions and Auburn and LSU started playing every year, LSU-Auburn has become a game that Auburn fans really enjoy and don't want to get rid of.
Yeah, well, from the back row, I mean, we've got Alabama fan in Lunsford, Auburn fan in Forrester. I mean, who would you guys want as your 3 permanents?
I'd personally like to see Florida as part of that.
So you would go Alabama, Georgia, Florida.
Yep.
Would you say you're a male 35 years of age or older?
Yes, I fit those criteria.
Okay.
Very good.
So it goes into where I am. But you would like it to be Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, the old Amen Corner.
Yep.
Not necessarily in that order. What about you, Lunsford?
I mean, for the current state, I would want Auburn, Tennessee, LSU, but I feel like personally, I'm more of one of the Mississippi schools instead of LSU, but that's just personally because I've had family go to Mississippi schools and stuff like that. But I don't know which one, and I don't know how to make it work into their 3 teams. So if it works better for LSU, then definitely keep LSU, especially right now.
You know what's funny is I was thinking about this as I was getting ready this morning, knowing that this type of conversation would come up. And over the last 5 years when this conversation has come up, you've gotten some Alabama fans like, Tennessee's not even a rival anymore, let it go. And this is going to be the first time we've had this conversation after a Tennessee win over Alabama. So I wondered how much that would change.
And I was about to say, and with Brian Kelly, now Josh Heupel, and Hugh Freeze, those are 3 difficult permanent partners, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. But if you're LSU, you can understand geography-wise and some history why you would want it to be Texas A&M, Texas, and then give me one other, Florida maybe, or Alabama or Auburn. You would understand if you're LSU where you are on the map, where you have to recruit, and some history there, why you would want one of your 3 permanents to definitely be Texas A&M or add in Texas to that.
Yeah, I get that, and that seems to be a rivalry right now, but you've also got Arkansas, you've got Ole Miss, you've got Alabama, you've got Auburn. It's going to be difficult for a lot of these programs to have those 3 where everybody's in agreement.
And if you're Texas, your 3 permanent it's almost automatic for you. You want it to be Oklahoma. It has to be Oklahoma. It has to be Texas A&M, and one more. And there is a tremendous history with you and Arkansas, right? So it seems like Texas could be the easiest. You just go Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and Arkansas.
I'd feel that way.
Yep.
Do you go Oklahoma and Missouri? I mean, they got the old Big 8, but that does not excite me much.
It doesn't, but you almost feel like you've got to give Missouri something, right?
Yeah, and Oklahoma and them had that Big 8 rivalry, not rivalry, I guess, but that Big 8 history for 50 years?
Yep.
60 years, however long that was, they were in the Big 8 together.
You almost have to. And see, Brooks says the Magnolia Bowl has to say there's LSU and Ole Miss.
Well, but if you've got LSU with Alabama and Auburn, now
right.
you're done. And you don't get LSU, Texas A&M, which the conference is like.
Or LSU and Florida, which is what Auburn and LSU and Alabama and LSU have become.
I disagree with Brooks on that. I can be an SEC fan without getting LSU Ole Miss every year. That's not one I'm going to miss.
But there's tremendous history involved in that game.
There's history. Yes. You're going to have to lose some history. There's history. The game has a name. I get all those things. But do you get fired up for the Magnolia Bowl?
I don't. We'll talk to Greg Sankey at 12 noon on the show live today. And then after that, we'll pull up Ross Dellinger's bracket. But right now, one of our viewers and listeners, Robbie, did his guess. And if it was just Robbie's, I'd love to see. Do you have Dellinger's already? Okay, we'll do Robbie's and Dellinger. Here's Robbie's that he sent. He's one of our viewers, and this is his pod projection, 3 permanents. Alabama, he has Auburn, Tennessee, Mississippi State. Will not shock me if that ends up being Alabama, because remember, Alabama and Mississippi State are closest in geography, and they've played each other longer than anyone else. And by the way, you can't just have the 3 you want, the 3 best games, because eventually that leaves somebody else with some crappy games.
As we've said before, you got to take care of Mississippi State and Ole Miss just like you take care of Alabama and Auburn.
And you got to take care of Vandy and
that's
Missouri.
A huge game for State, getting Alabama and Starkville every other year.
Every other year. For Arkansas, he has Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas. Remember, Missouri is their border rivalry they're trying to create there, Oklahoma and Texas. Great history with Texas. I don't know if Arkansas would also get Oklahoma. I mean, there's
old school SWAC, isn't it?
Not really a history there.
Southwestern Conference.
Not really a history there with Arkansas and Oklahoma. Oklahoma was never in the Southwest Conference. So Auburn, he has Alabama, Georgia, and Ole Miss, which I totally disagree with. I don't think that'll be on the table.
Yeah,
for
Ole Miss is a weird inclusion there.
Yeah, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, LSU, and Auburn. He keeps the Magnolia Bowl. I just don't think Auburn will be there. It goes down to Ole Miss, Alabama, and LSU for Mississippi State. And see, that leaves LSU with Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and Florida. And I just don't think LSU fans, they may be happy with that because that's,
I don't like that.
LSU is too big of a program. And where they're located, I think they will get one of the Texas schools. I just do.
Well, if that's their 3, if it was this year, that's a 3-0.
Oh, yeah. LSU would sign right up for that this year, yes.
But Georgia becomes the one that is always complicated in this.
Well, it's really not because there are 2 that you're given.
Georgia, Florida, and Auburn.
I mean,
right?
Georgia, Florida, Georgia, Auburn. You cannot do away with those.
Yeah. I can't believe Tennessee wouldn't be on there. But again, Tennessee's got to have.
They got to have Alabama and
Vanderbilt.
I guess Vanderbilt too.
And see, that becomes it with. I mean, Tennessee, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, Tennessee, Kentucky are bigger games for Tennessee than Vandy is every year.
But it's your in-state rivalry, and it's just there's so much politics that go into that.
Yeah. Let's see. Everyone's raving about Ross Dellinger. Let's see Dellinger from Sports Illustrated, who, by the way, has great ties to, I won't say Commissioner Greg Sankey, but to a lot of athletic directors and coaches, but specifically athletic directors in the Southeastern Conference. So, honest to goodness, when it's all said and done, it will not surprise me if this is the list.
Auburn with South Carolina?
South Carolina?
Yeah.
That makes zero sense.
I'm with Lance. That makes no sense whatsoever.
It makes no sense whatsoever. But, again, Ross Dellinger has
he had this story wrong last week, though, didn't he?
Was he?
I thought he was the one that reported it hit a roadblock. Yeah. Or no, that was Thamel, but Dellinger reported something too. Yeah.
Texas A&M's got Mississippi State.
Yeah, I don't like Ross.
Arkansas's got Kentucky.
I mean, he may be right, Jim. I'm not arguing with it. He's right, but I don't like it.
But then Greg Byrne told us that they are still working through some models, right?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Listen, again, you're going to play everybody every other year anyway, but these 3 permanents, two are pretty easy for just about everybody. It's that third one where you may have to get a little weird to sort of spread around the competitive balance a little bit.
And I know it's difficult because once you plug that third one, then you're leaving something off of someone else. So, this is more complicated than most believe.
But if you're sitting there and you're saying, and history changes, but if you're saying there you're giving a contender like Oklahoma, Missouri, you're going to say, well, is that going to be fair down the road? Or if you're giving LSU Ole Miss, is that going to be fair down the road? Obviously good teams will change, but when you're sitting there and you're Alabama, you're looking at Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU every year. Ouch. That's a tough little roll for your three rivals. But it won't surprise me if that's it. Who is this from, Forrester? Forrester. Who's this from?
That's Brandon Marcello's.
Well, that's where he is.
Here's Marcello's.
Auburn, Tennessee, LSU for Alabama seems like the way to go. Auburn, Alabama, Georgia, Vandy. I don't get the Vandy part.
I don't get the Vanderbilt at all.
I'm sure Auburn take it. Florida, yeah. I don't know, man. This is so tough. Because it's like one of those. It's like a Rubik's Cube. Did you guys ever do the Rubik's Cube?
That's right.
I could only get one side.
Yeah, but you would get one side, and then you look at the other side, and it's all kinds of different colors.
I've got the red, but now I've screwed up the green.
That's right, and that's what this is you get like 5 of these right, and then you go look, and like 6 through 12 are just a mess.
Yeah, Alabama and LSU look good.
Yeah, but then now I've got a lot of other stuff screwed up.
Hey, did he not mess up Oklahoma? He's got Texas, and Texas A&M.
Well, they're going to play Texas in a home and home. I like it.
Yeah.
Oops.
Now, as a guy who often types stuff and sends it out on social media, and then somebody says, hey, you messed up here.
Yeah.
I understand what he did there.
Yeah, he meant Arkansas.
He did, yep.
And I think that's probably going to be the way those are going to lay out. I think it's going to be the old Southwest Conference.
Yeah, and Big 8 with Oklahoma, Texas. Yeah, those working together. All right, trash coming up on the other side. We'll talk to Greg Sankey at the top of the hour. Part of the show today being brought to you by Michelson Laser Vision. That look into the future of scheduling. Somebody's got their work cut out for them to get everyone happy. Chances are good. Not everybody will be happy when it's all said and done, but you will be with our friends at Michelson.
Absolutely. Could see that board clear as day from over here because of Dr. Mark Michelson got the procedure done 20 years ago. I've still got 2015 vision, better than 2020. To find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. You can go to michelsonlaservision.com for more information. Again, Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform the LASIK procedure in the state of Alabama. He's a pioneer way back in 1995. Dr. Jen Michelson. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Stop wasting money on contacts and eyeglasses every year. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Valentine's next week. Our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa are ready to hook you up.
Yeah, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Very simple. You can order that special person gift online 24/7. Don't even have to leave the office or house to get this. Go to birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards, the simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online, or you can stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell them the Next Round sent you.
Charles Barkley texts me back. Says, who dis? New phone? No, I'm kidding. He says, not part of Game Day Live tomorrow.
Oh,
He's
wow.
not part of that.
Not live. We think he's going to be on via tape.
Yeah, I mean,
he'll have from his appearance with us.
Yeah, short clip from our show will be on it, but that'll be about it. And you see that occasionally at the pregame before Alabama takes the court in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, I mean that shows you he's got something going on.
Yeah, I mean he was at the freaking Auburn West Virginia game.
Well, I mean
he had done an event the night before up there. I know
the Super Bowl is in his town. It's in Phoenix, so I don't know if he's out entertaining.
Oh, true. I didn't think about that.
No, he's in Vegas.
That's
his big weekend in Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
That explains it.
That's right. Big weekend in Vegas. All right, we are getting ready for trash here in just a second. Remember, Alabama and Auburn, 1 o'clock on ESPN. Jay Bilas and Greg Byrne already on the show. Greg Sankey coming up a little bit later on, wherever you get it podcasted. Super Bowl Sunday, the kickoff's 5:30. UAB dropped a tough one last night. North Texas beats them in double overtime. 62-59, game-tying 3 opportunity from North Texas. They miss it, and then they got to rebound and ended up tying the game up at the free throw line. That offensive rebound, the difference in the game. If they got that rebound right there, UAB wins the game.
Well, if Jelly Walker hits front end of that 1-and-1, they were only 10 attempts from the free throw line in Denton. They were 5 of 10.
Yeah, that's right. 23 of 25 North Texas from the free throw line. 5 of 10 for UAB.
So it seems to be a running trend. We talk a lot about it when a team loses in this conference, but boy, you look around as we did the day after Auburn.
Be prepared for it. You go on the road. I mean, you're not going to get the calls.
Yeah. Now I think the other night in a game that didn't matter, Florida I think shot more free throws than Alabama did in Coleman.
That was the outlier there.
Yeah, but didn't really matter.
Yeah, it's also a blowout game, so it's kind of hard to make those numbers make sense.
That's right. On the flip side of that, be prepared tomorrow for Auburn to shoot more free throws than Alabama. Riley Norris, last night on our basketball podcast, says Bruce's defense challenges the officials. They get up into your grill and they challenge the officials, and he'll be watching early on to see how the officials call the game. And they were a little quick on the whistle in College Station. Will they be that quick tomorrow?
I think they are in the SEC. Again, if you watch a lot of college basketball, the Big 12 lets them play.
And that's the best conference out there right now with a lot of entertaining games. Let's get entertained with a little trash right now, brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Tyler.
Tim Peeler thought he was calling coyotes.
Instead of them,
him. This thing was 10 foot tall. He had beautiful hair.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, buying a home is a major milestone in life, and getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Housing market has its ups and downs, and the perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by. But with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. People who struggle with chronic constipation have a new drug-free option to help get a little relief.
Is it that our guy Rockstar?
I think so. Yeah. Most supermodels in Rockstar.
Yep. And Elvis too.
Vibrant is a pill that vibrates in the colon after it's swallowed and stimulates bowel movements. Got a feeling people are going to be using this for their own reasons.
Got me a weird feeling, yes.
It was cleared by the FDA in August, but became available for doctors to prescribe just this week. Capsule is meant to be taken every day. It travels through the stomach, small intestine, just like food does. After 14 hours of ingesting, the pill reaches the large intestine and gets to work. Stimulates nerve cells in the gut, triggers muscle contractions.
So it's an electronic device inside that capsule is what it is, and it gets in there and it starts vibrating?
I doubt it would be electronic. Let me...
Boy, accidentally take one with a Viagra and you got something.
No, it stimulates nerve cells in the gut, triggers the muscle contractions. Between 10 to 20% of Americans live with chronic constipation, which is diagnosed as having fewer than 3 bowel movements in a week. Vibrant is not currently covered by health insurance, but the company is offering a coupon to cap out-of-pocket cost at $69 per month.
Well, I guess if it's chronic, you're going to give this a whirl.
Oh, you got to.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds.
Well, last time I had a situation at the beach, it was miserable for a couple of days.
Yeah. This sounds like
too much or not enough.
Like I couldn't go.
Yeah, I hate that.
So I had to do the X-Lax, and when you do the wrong amount, like I'm not a chemist by any means. You know, it tells you what you should do.
Then it's the screen door.
Yeah, then it's the complete opposite.
Yeah. Well,
now I'd rather have it the complete opposite.
Yeah, me too. I've always said that. I'd rather go too much than not enough.
Yeah.
Because that's a horrible feeling.
Oh, it's terrible.
But since my BS, I try to stay. I try to take something to stay on the more vibrant side. If I can say that.
Jimmy.
Yes.
That seems like snake oil right there. I'm just going to go ahead and call it. I'm going to say that.
I still want to know: is it a chemical or is it a device inside that actually vibrates when it gets in there?
It's a drug-free option. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's electronics in there. I think you're just swallowing a little machine.
You're not gonna swallow an electronic all the time.
This is how the government tracks you.
Yeah, but the capsule stays whole, and then it just you shoot that little pellet out.
Yep.
And then at that point, it can be reused at that point, right?
Well, you got a septic tank. You can mess that thing up, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, at some point there'll be signs.
You start shitting out electronics.
Please don't poop your vibrants.
Oh, you got a cell phone.
This is one I've never seen before. A couple in Canada returned home from a trip to find 2 people had impersonated them and actually sold their house.
Oh, really?
According to CVT News, police said the homeowners left the country in January of 2022 for a business trip. The 2 individuals, who have not been identified, hired a real estate agent and put the house on the market, according to police. Then they sold the house and managed to take possession of the property through fake identification. Police added that several months after the sale, the actual homeowners learned their house was sold without their consent. Man and woman are both wanted in the mortgage fraud investigation.
Yeah. Listen, all right, I love the way the outside in the backyard looks. Can we go inside now? Listen, I tell you what, we'll knock another $50,000 off if we don't go inside.
You want the refrigerator? You got the refrigerator.
If you buy as is.
You take everything in the fridge, in fact.
Yeah, we'll knock $50,000 more off if we don't go inside. Oh, done. Sold.
Okay, from vibrant to this, in a surprising turn of events, doctors at the Royal Adelaide Hospital in Australia successfully removed a golf ball from a teenager's anus.
Hey, can I get a ruling?
That's an embedded lie.
Standing water, too, probably, Brown.
Probably so.
Oh, man, that's tough stuff right there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's accidental, Lance.
No, the Rockstar would tell you. The 1 in a million, I fell down. And
Doc, I played with the wrong foursome.
Distress calls by the situation led the boy to confide in his mother, who quickly took him to the hospital. Delicate and challenging task faced the medical professionals, but they successfully removed the ball with minimal discomfort to the patient. Teenager was not in the pain. The ball was not affecting his bowel movements. X-ray showed the golf ball was lodged in the boy's sigmoid colon, making removal challenging.
Can I just tell you that back in the old Hoover putt-putt days, you got a free round of golf when you knocked in the clown's mouth. What do you get this way?
It was like the end of putt-putt where the ball disappears and you never get it back.
I wonder if you had to use that hook putter to get it out.
Yeah. Man, that's a...
and you always thought, it was the red ball, the blue ball, the green ball. We know what color this one was. Nobody ever wanted the brown ball.
How about this? After a lot of consideration, the young boy was given almost 1 liter of laxative. The boy successfully pushed out the ball after 3 hours with the help of laxative.
Oh, man. Yikes.
Well, I mean, it did get in there through the same passage.
Yeah, but that's, I could not have felt good.
Sorry, that one lipped out.
It's crowning.
The jokes are endless.
Of California woodpeckers are surely crushed after a pest control technician on a routine call recently found their massive trove of acorns cleverly stashed in the walls of a California home.
Very good, woodpecker.
So I've got my outdoor screen-in porch TV. Birds have built a nest behind it.
Oh, daggum birds.
And Lady Bird is taking care of one of the birds.
Well, can I just tell you that
Lady Bird is burping feathers? Like she ate the bird?
Well, she was trying to play with it, but crunched it a little too hard.
Yeah.
Brought it in, dropped it on the carpet.
Goner.
Yeah.
Animals will do that to each other. The house, the last house I had, we had a woodpecker that built its nest inside right under one of our windows. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It costs a lot to repair it, and I would imagine that they were putting stuff in our walls there.
So my late father, Chuck, and I think statute of limitations are up, and anyway, you ain't going to be able to get him any. Anyway, we used to have a wood house growing up, all wood, and the state bird, the yellowhammer, got on the side of that, and it was putting some holes in the house. And so Chuck took to the old pellet gun and put one in his chest.
Yeah.
Those things are pretty big.
I had to shoot when I was a teenager, I had to shoot squirrels at our house.
Well, a squirrel and a yellowhammer is different. I think yellowhammer is actually protected.
Yeah, squirrel, we got a million of those.
Well, it wasn't a yellowhammer for us, but it was a fairly big-sized woodpecker that was building its nest in there.
Yeah. I think there's something about the state bird, and you really don't see yellowhammers much, do you?
You don't.
I don't know that I could identify one on site. So I don't know. Are they actually yellow in color?
They've got yellow in them.
But can we just talk about how greedy these damn woodpeckers were? I mean, is that not enough to take care of them for the winter?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, the homeowners called on Nick Castro, owner of Nick's Extreme Pest Control.
Nick's Extreme Pest Control, how may I help you?
I got an acorn problem.
I'm telling you,
woodpeckers.
If you have some of these situations, I had squirrels in the attic. Is that a good name for an album?
It is. Squirrels in the Attic.
Squirrels in the Attic a couple of years ago, and it cost to get them cleared out and for them to put the traps and the exits and all that kind of stuff. It was like $2,400.
I would listen to Squirrels in an Attic more than I would golf balls in my ass.
Yeah, I would too.
Interesting sentence, Jim.
Anyway, they turned out to be mealworms feasting on the incredible horde of acorns believed to be amassed by the pair of acorn woodpeckers.
So now those are worms.
Yeah, so Castro went on to say, quote, it was really strange. I'd never seen worms with acorns before.
I think you're going to have to burn the house.
After making a small 4-inch square hole in the wall, Castro said the acorns began spilling out. That alone wouldn't be terribly unusual, but they just kept coming out, he said. Pretty incredible to see that amount. Estimates there were at least 700 pounds of acorns likely collected over the past 2 to 5 years.
Wow.
Now, often woodpeckers store acorns on the outside of homes, sometimes in rain gutters, but rarely do they get them inside. It took creating another 3 holes in the home's walls to remove all the acorns, which ultimately piled up and reached about 20 feet high, according to Castro. They spent 3 full days extracting the nuts. Well, I bet they paid a lot on that.
I bet they did. Again, burn the house, man.
And so those are worms. Wow.
Well, those are the acorns. There's worms in the acorns.
Yeah, it's all mixed in, Jim.
Yeah. That's insane.
Oh, I'll tell you what's insane.
These gas prices, am I right?
Yeah, building arenas.
The Ministry of Health has released its latest report claiming that 45 million condoms are being used by men annually in a small country in Africa. Health Executive Director Ben Nagambi revealed that 726,000 men out of the 2.5 million population of the country use over 45 million condoms annually.
Well, can I make a point that if they weren't, they would probably have the population they could not deal with in
Yeah, this
Ambia,
really
is that
isn't
where we
bad.
are in
It's-
Ambia?
It means they're only, getting it done 5 times a year.
That's a good point.
I think that math's right.
Yeah. So it's really not that much.
Not really.
It is a number that seems large to you, break it down here,
But
right?
what jumps out is only 726,000 of the men out of the 2.5 million population are actually using the condoms.
Yeah, it's probably bad for population growth. Or actually, if you want it to grow, it's good for population growth.
He made this revelation in a recent press briefing while reeling out HIV/AIDS status in the country. And Nagombi went on to say, quote, "This means 37.8 million condoms of the 52 millimeter size are needed in the country. The demand for 49 millimeter size condoms is 7.2 per year." He said
a little humble brag there,
yeah,
right?
a little bit. He explained that the 726,000 eligible men have an estimated requirement of 40 condoms each per year. This is based on the population of 2.6 million, of which 49% are males, translating to approximately 1.2 million males. Of this total, 57% are in the age range of 15 to 64, which is deemed the reproductive age.
That's your reproductive window there, 50 to 64.
Yeah. I'll take a pack of the 52s, please. I'm sorry. You look like 49 to me. No, I'd like the 52s.
Yeah, I think the condom sales, according to a lot of articles out there, are way down.
Oh, really? They're falling off? That's a bad sign.
I mean, with Daniel right there, he's got a great point. You could take those two stories and combine them and solve a problem. Just take all those condoms and put them on those woodpeckers.
One of our, it's been a while, but we used to have this team name at Odie's Team Trivia. It was 2 things I don't F with, rattlesnakes and condoms.
They ever win?
They might have won best team name the first time.
Yeah. That is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to help you find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. They've made it their mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Dwayne says, back to that trash story, definitely a lift clean in place right there, boys.
I would agree. On the golf ball, yes. Charlie Potter, who covers Alabama, is quoting Rylan Griffin, the Alabama player. What time does game day start?
It's 9 a.m. You get in 10 a.m. 10 a.m. 1 hour show, 10 to 11.
Rylan Griffin from Charlie on ESPN's College Game Day being at Auburn. I'm not going to lie. I don't wake up in time to watch College Game Day. That's not going to change tomorrow. Show's at 10, game tips at 1.
Yeah.
They're probably going to need Rylan up before 11.
Wake up, Rylan. It's game time.
He
in
can
Auburn.
roll out of the rack, throw on the shoes. He's good to go.
Well, Rylan doesn't start. He comes off the bench.
That's true. There for the second half.
He doesn't have to be juiced up, ready to go at tip or anything like that. All right. If you're listening to us or watching us down in Pearlville right now, send us a picture, right? Is that what they call it, Forrester? Pearlville?
Yeah, Shasheskyville, Pearlville.
Yeah, it's Pearlville.
I always love Forrester's the way he gets into any answer. It's like he could care less. Jim, why are you talking to me? We're back in a moment this hour. Jim Pearlville. That's what they call it. We don't pay Forrester by the word. Champy'sChicken.com, Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. They bring you, Jim, they bring you this hour. Back in a moment.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, this Valentine's Day, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers. Choose from a menu of over 70 options. Buy online 24/7 or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the Next Round sent you. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, in that picture that's just up right now in the commercial break of you, me, and somebody in between us at Regions Field.
That's right. That's somebody's Rockstar.
It was Rockstar?
Yeah.
I was trying to remember. I saw that on my photo album the other day. I wanted to make sure that was Rocky.
So it was right before he was going to sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game in the 7th inning stretch at Regions Park for a Barons game.
And we were trying to make him nervous?
Yeah, we were acting like we were trying to comfort him and encourage him, but we were actually trying to make him nervous, I think. And I don't think it really worked. I don't think that was a big deal for Rockstar.
One other thing that's going on in the landscape, now that we've officially got Oklahoma and Texas coming and USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten, is there's something going on with the Pac-12 and their changing landscape. We'll get to that in just a second, right after right after Brownie tells us about our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. It's where you go, Dunaway. MyBookie.ag, code next round. You can get on those Super Bowl props right there, man. That length of the national anthem by Chris Stapleton. The color of that Gatorade's going to be dumped on the old winning coach. The opening coin toss is going to be heads, going to be tails. You can bet right there at MyBookie.ag, passing yards, all the props that you enjoy, and the game itself. Where right now at MyBookie.ag, you've got still the Eagles favored 1.5 at a total of 50.5. That's where it's going to stay. You can get it right there at MyBookie.ag. Now, I mentioned that deposit bonus. When you make a deposit at a lot of places, they give you a bonus. Sometimes you've got to bet that bonus 5 times to make it yours. Sometimes you got to bet it 6 times. Sometimes you got to bet it 10 times. At MyBookie.ag, you bet it 1 time. It is yours, and it is yours forever. That's what sets them apart. Nobody is beating that deal. You can get it when you use code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Bobby says just over 1 hour left of TNR before the Auburn-Bama game, and Jim has managed not to mention Javon Quinterly's expect to lose by 30 tweet for 2 solid weeks, a microcosm of the kind of protection I assume that Alabama gets on the shows his next post coming up here. Bobby, I guess, was not with us for 4 hours yesterday when I mentioned that in a post over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, which is a microcosm of the kind of listening Bobby does.
Boom!
Kidding. Bobby's a great listener.
So,
who has an agenda sometimes over there.
So
usually
Quinterly
involves
said that?
me.
Quinterly said that?
It was a deleted tweet from a couple of weeks ago, and I forget what it was. Bobby will let us know what it would be, what it was around.
Yeah.
When it came out and what it was around. But I do remember several people talking about it back a couple of weeks ago.
Interesting.
Yeah,
That's a heck of a prediction by Quinterly.
Personally, did not see the tweet myself, so that's why I have not talked about it. I try not to talk about too many things I don't know anything about.
Right.
I've never seen it.
I did not see it myself. And I guess once it's deleted, it's only available in screenshots.
Right.
But
for instance, Bobby, we didn't talk about the photoshopped shirt that was also on the internet because we knew was a Photoshop of Hugh Freeze wearing a war T-shirt from, I think, what is it, the Crane Show or something like that.
He was on Crane and Company and had on a shirt that said war, and it had been there'd been a crafty Photoshop that made it say something else.
A bad-looking shirt to start with, with weird dots right here, and somebody had taken out the one part that made the R look like an R and made it look like a P.
Yeah, which made it a song.
Yeah, which all of a sudden it's all over the internet, but I didn't talk about that either.
Did you talk about Bruce Pearl going off?
Nope, didn't talk about that either.
Here's the thing. On that, now I did not see the Quinterly one, but when it's screenshots, we have to be really, really careful because screenshots can be altered much like the Hugh Freeze thing was. I was very uncomfortable. A lot of Alabama fans wanted us to comment on Bruce Pearl yelling at someone leaving the court in College Station.
Right.
It was reported that he was yelling, "I will whip your effing," you listen to it and you can't hear that.
That's right.
So I can't go and say, the person that tweeted that heard him 100% without hearing him say that.
So how much
was he yelling at someone in the crowd? Sure he was. And
to Bobby's
there were
point,
Auburn
though,
officials that were going up in the crowd too.
To Bobby's point, though, how much did Bama fans and the media talk about that yesterday here on the show?
Well, zero. It never came up on the show until I just brought it up because of that reason.
Yeah, because we didn't hear it ourselves.
Yeah.
We tried to listen to see if he said that. Was he upset? Yeah, he was upset. What did he say? I don't know, but I wasn't going to go by what somebody was saying on the internet.
Yeah,
was doing.
By the way, as Bobby points out, now he says it was a screenshotted tweet. Well, that is one reason we would be very careful with it if it was screenshotted. He said Lane Kiffin actually did retweet that, which he did, by the way. The Hugh Freeze.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. 100%. Of course, it's Lane freaking Kiffin, Lance. You're surprised by this? Yes, he retweeted the Hugh Freeze shirt.
Greg Sankey coming up in our next segment. The Pac-12 already been to San Diego State's campus, getting interest. Yesterday, George Kliavkoff, the Pac-12 commissioner, was in Dallas on SMU's campus. And the discussion now is San Diego State and SMU the future additions to the Pac-12. I think San Diego State is a given. It's a great city and right there in the footprint.
They got the new stadium. My question with San Diego State, and I don't know this to be fact. It was a big party school for a while. I just didn't know what the academics were like. But if the Pac-12's interested, obviously the academics got to be pretty good. We know they're really good with SMU.
And they're checking out SMU, and Bobby had pointed this out on Twitter a while back, that Arizona State seems like it is more disgruntled than happy with the Pac-12. And they sort of were the ones leading the way on that conversation about maybe wanting to be part of the Big 12, and they seem to have been left out of that Big 12 expansion right now.
Yeah, SMU to me would be a good spot for the Pac-12. I don't know what Arizona State's feelings are, but I just don't think Arizona State's got a whole lot of options, do they?
Yeah, no. I mean, I would rather be in the Big 12 in the future than I would the Pac-12 because the Big 12 has media rights in place. The Pac-12 is still searching and finding.
Right. But are you of the belief only one of those is going to survive, Pac-12 or Big 12? There was a lot of discussion about that not too long ago, that only one survives.
I still believe Washington and Oregon could end up getting an offer from the Big Ten, and they would jump at that.
Right.
Which would then totally collapse the Pac-12.
Oh, there's no doubt that would totally collapse the Pac-12.
You see that?
Oh, it's Beer Friday.
Yeah.
Thank
you, Little T.
That way, Little T.
I rarely see you in black.
Yeah. Little T with Beer Friday. I don't know, man. But if I'm the Pac-12.
Very good. Wicked Weed.
Is that what that is, Wicked Weed? I saw the new tap. Well, what's that called? The thing that's on top of the tap?
The pull stick.
The pull stick. I saw the new pull stick.
I don't know
over
if
there.
that's what it's called. I made that up.
Oh, did you? Do you know, Lance, what that's called?
Tap handle?
The tap handle.
It sounds more professional.
Yeah.
Greg Sankey coming up. We'll continue our college football expansion stuff coming up. It is happy hour here, thanks to our friends at Bud Light, Adams Beverages, Stella, Wicked Weed, and everybody part of the show, including our friends at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. We'll talk about the news that came down. We've got a date now on the way. Oklahoma and Texas, July 1, 2024. The Commissioner, Greg Sankey, is up next right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey will join us in just a second. A couple of your headlines out there. The big one, of course, that we'll talk to the commissioner about is official now. We have a date of Texas and Oklahoma joining the league, something everyone seems to be really excited about, to finally have that scheduled and a date that it's all going to happen. Basketball tomorrow in Auburn. College game days there to highlight this huge matchup. Alabama and Auburn down at Neville Arena, 1 o'clock on ESPN. We had Jay Bilas on the show earlier. Greg Byrne, Alabama's AD, on the show with us earlier. And a big win for North Texas over UAB last night. Tough loss for our buddy Andy Kennedy. Double overtime, 82-79. Would have been a quad one win for UAB. They dropped that one in double OT. They're back at home 3 o'clock at Bartow Arena coming up this weekend. Super Bowl is Sunday, 5:30 kick.
And the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference with us now on a very busy day for him, I would assume. He is Greg Sankey on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I could assume that wrong, Greg. This may have just been a normal day for you. It was an exciting one for us, though, and I've got to think an exciting one for you to finally be able to have that date in hand and make that announcement.
Well, we had a date, and then we have a new date. So we've always had a date. It's just the helpful pieces. I commented once about following the bouncing ball of transition timing. So having that settled, that ball put on the rack, and the definitive plan forward is enormously helpful. But I will say today's been busy.
So you're like Dunaway in high school. You had a date, then you didn't have a date, then you had another date. So, okay, I got it. I was just
Hey, and I won the bet, Commissioner. You actually have a bigger office than Nick Saban.
Well, back in the days of Zoom, I guess I kept it hidden. It just looks spacious.
Yeah. Okay, well, you've done a very good job decorating and making it look spacious. So, everybody's trying to figure out this pod system and who's going to play who. And, we had Greg Byrne on earlier in the show, and we kind of asked him, where he thinks that is at this particular moment. And he's like, I really don't have any idea. We've seen some different models. Do you have a date in place where we will know who drafting partners are for each of these programs?
We learned fall of 2020 that we could put a game in place on a Monday and play it on a Saturday. So perhaps the Monday before Labor Day weekend of 2024. That's we have done a great deal of work. So I would put pods in your Tide box in your laundry room and leave them there. We've gone through 40 plus different kind of format examinations. I have any number of our fans who've written me with their ideas, which I appreciate. I can assure you we've looked at all of those independently and before the letters arrived. We have probably 90 days. So I would say by or before Destin would be my objective now. And we actually went into Destin last year thinking that we were prepared to make a decision. We've done a great deal of groundwork and then said as a group, let's stop and wait because there's a lot that could happen. CFP format, Big Ten media deal, some discussion about our own tiebreaker analysis if we were in a single division. And lo and behold, we're here, 8-9 months after that with a lot more information than we would have envisioned being available back in late May of 2022.
Can you tell me if ESPN ABC gave up any SEC inventory to make this happen a year earlier, or is that something that it cannot be discussed?
We don't give up inventory. That's not a phrase we use, give up inventory.
No, I like that answer.
That's a hard no.
That would be not only a no, but a hard no, yes. Is there a schedule model?
So maybe, Jim, let me back up. Understand that the early departure, the early transition, and I said this probably way back when we talked in 21, was about the relationship of the Big 12 and its members. And it had a clear date when its grant of rights concluded. That was June 30, 2025. And that's why the entry date was clearly established as July 1st, 2025. We didn't control anything before that. And their ability to work through any exit issues and any decisions or agreements is solely theirs and their member universities. And I want to be respectful and clear about that. This wasn't about, if you will, SEC inventory.
Does athletic directors and other administrators, presidents and such, get at least a voice to be heard when it comes to permanent opponents on the football schedule? And I know there's 20 other sports that you'll have to deal with scheduling, but obviously football and the permanent opponent becomes a very big story. Do you have everybody coming to you with a wish list saying, Greg, I'd like it to be these three right here. We'd love these three. And you're probably surprised at how many times Texas and Oklahoma is on somebody's list, because obviously that's a big ticket.
We started August of 21. So remember, this announcement of expansion was late July 21. We had a previously scheduled athletics directors meeting where we zoomed in, Joe Castiglione from Oklahoma, their athletics director, Chris Del Conte from Texas, their athletics director, and talked about what do we want. And I started from two things, blue sky thinking, let's look at every option, and how do we rotate our teams through campus more frequently? So this 12-year gap between visits across divisions, we need to bring these great teams, great coaches, great players, great brands through our campuses more frequently. And then we talked about other priorities with athletics directors. We gave, I think we conducted 2 or 3 separate kind of one-on-one interviews with an outside firm, some of our staff, and each athletics director. We've probably met in person 4 or 5 times. We brought Texas and Oklahoma's athletics directors into those meetings since last January. So everybody's had a full opportunity to voice perspectives and opinions. That's helped inform how we've developed models. What we have to do now is make decisions, and we've made decisions. I think we have to finalize some things in volleyball, some baseball postseason format recommendations, and then our football decision. Just by quick memory, I think every other format's been established already.
Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference, with us for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline on the reasons to get this thing done as quickly as possible. How high was the fact that the expanded playoff starts on the football side in 2024? Was that any driving focus at all for you?
None at all. None at all. And I there was one report I read at some point that I demanded Oklahoma and Texas enter for there to be expansion. That is a complete fiction. The date was set as July 1st, 2025, based on Big 12 media rights agreements, period. That's it. And the ability to expand the playoff, in fact, plenty of finger pointing about the expansion proposal back in that summer of 21. That was an independent conversation about how do we bring all regions into the college football playoff. So they were very much independent. Now, it's nice that things sync up. So the Big Ten is going to expand in 24. We expand in 24. We move from CBS to ABC in 24. The CFP expands in 24. Those were all independent decisions, which they do synchronize quite nicely.
I know you guys are trying to enjoy today with the new members coming over and that announcement, but I'm a guy that speaks in absolutes. And I said earlier in the show, Commissioner, that 16 is going to be the cap. We will all die with there not being more than 16 members in the SEC. Do you foresee a day where the SEC could grow more than 16?
I'm a guy who deals in absolutes.
I like hypotheticals and absolutes. That's how I live.
Hypotheticals and absolutes are Lance's body fuel. Yes.
At some point, I have to know what Ghost is, by the way, since it keeps showing up.
Energy drink.
We will bring you a case. If you like energy drinks, it's low calorie, great flavors, and a great sponsor.
0 sugar.
I want to affirm your sponsors. I don't do energy drinks. I drink coffee. That's my energy drink. I thought it was a movie with Demi Moore and was it like Patrick Swayze?
It was. Did you cry in that movie?
No, I don't think so.
Last movie made you cry?
Last movie that made me cry. Let me come back to that because I know we're doing rapid fire.
So no answer on the hypothetical.
No, I'm trying to think of what movie last got me choked up.
Okay, as you think about that, is there
action? So let me be clear. I've always tried to be as responsible as possible on this expansion issue. You know what? We had news break during the summer of 21. How can I not tell people this and that? And I've certainly owned the approach to our current expansion. But at the same time, I said, we're not looking at some magic number. I'm not a recruiter. Oklahoma and Texas came to us with a clear set of reasons why they wanted to explore movement. We ultimately decided to issue the invitation. I have had colleagues speak about growing to a number or speaking to a region. That's not the Southeastern Conference approach. So we're focused, Lance, on 16. I am also keenly aware, although you're checking your email, so the answer
No,
is
I got a situation.
He's dealing with it.
Yeah, I got a situation. I'd love to talk about it on the air, but I'm not going to. As Dunaway rubs his head.
We all have situations. I've lost my train of thought again. I'm back on the movie that made me cry.
Yeah.
We're focused on 16, but I'm keenly aware that you've seen this week stories about other commissioners and other, campus venues, and that doesn't predict any expansion. So we're going to focus on 16, and we're going to be keenly aware and ready to adjust if the environment creates certain circumstances that make me continue on in this answer.
Listen, I know you get compensated very well to occasionally make hard decisions and to sometimes be portrayed as the guy in the black hat, to be the villain of it all, whether it's in Big Ten country, Pac-12 country, Big 12 country, or even in our conference. Give me the rules. Whether it's a urban legend or not, do SEC member schools have to approve hires through your office? Is that something that has to happen? Because there's a lot of people that you hear all the time. Greg Sankey said this school can't hire that guy. Greg Sankey said this guy can't do this at this school. What is fact and what is fiction when it comes to that?
So you asked me specifically about hiring decisions. I don't make campus hiring decisions, period, end of story. I've been clear about that. And I'll be happy to grab my conference manual with our bylaw on hiring expectations. So we as a league, our membership unanimously, by the way, said, here's the process, particularly if somebody's had a history of involvement or accusations of major violations, unethical conduct. That athletics director, that athletics department, before a hire is made, has to engage with us to check the record. If the record shows that there are issues, so level 1, level 2 major violations, unethical conduct violations under the NCAA's definition in individuals past, that's going to put me and the president in conversation, looking at the record, setting compliance expectations, and facilitating an in-person meeting if a hire is made. And there are any number of people in this league who have background issues, if you will, who have bumped up against those rules, who've been hired. We also have institutions that look and you say, you know what, we're not going to go near that individual. They've made decisions in the past that predict future behavior, and we're not interested in that hire. But that's not me making that decision. All we do is provide clear, available, incredible information to our campuses.
So I did my absolute. I'll do my hypothetical now. Hypothetically, if Alabama called you and said, we're kind of interested in hiring a guy named Jeremy Pruitt, would you just immediately say, hey, look, you need to check the bylaws?
I actually don't talk, Lance, about people other than radio hosts on shows. And they have to follow our bylaw very clearly. They know what the expectation is, and whether it's that university, a lot of speculation about Auburn and its hire of Hugh Freeze and how that works. Ole Miss hiring Kermit Davis. We've got a baseball director of operations named an NCAA infractions case. I mean, those are just realities their schools are obligated to work through, and they have to apply their judgment and their wisdom to the information in making decisions.
Would it surprise you to know I was involved in a very small NCAA infraction back with Kentucky basketball back in my day when I worked in Lexington? It was a small violation, but I interviewed a recruit who was on a visit at Rupp Arena, and I was not supposed to do that. And so I was in a report. If you ever come across that file at the old SEC offices from 1990, I'd love to see that. I would love to see that.
I'm surprised you're only involved in a small violation.
Hey,
much more.
Let Dunaway throw you his question of the day from earlier today.
Now, you understand nuance of our show and just being nice to guests. Jay Bilas is on our show. He's at Auburn tomorrow for game day, and Jay was an accomplished college basketball player. I've seen the 30 for 30. He was on a national championship team. I said in your prime, in a game of 101, Jay Bilas or Charles Barkley, who would win that matchup of 101? And Lance and Ryan, 1,000 people in our chat room, and Jay himself thinks that's a ridiculous question. But I didn't think it was that bad of a question.
It's just a question. I think the spirit of the show is you're asking me like movies in which I cried, and you want me to air that publicly.
Oh,
So
that's a legitimate question, though. You seem like such a hard guy that people want to know that sensitive side of Greg Sankey.
Did you cry during Miracle?
Oh,
No, that's awesome. That's like
you're the only one that cried during that.
That's an awesome movie.
Yeah.
I was like shouting for joy and remembering the moment. I lived, we didn't go to the Olympics, but I grew up about an hour and a half drive from Lake Placid. So no.
What about Old Yeller or Brian's Song?
Yeah, Brian's Song. I have not seen that in years. I think when I did see that would be on the list of at least a very sore throat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rockstar is not here today. He is singing Fleetwood Mac tonight next door to you at the concert hall.
Is he really?
Yeah. Black Jacket Symphony.
Black Jacket Symphony?
Yeah.
That's something.
Rockstar's doing he does the Lindsey Buckingham part. It's a good show.
Wow.
Well, I was just saying that because he would normally have one of these type questions, so we're having to fill the bill for Greg.
I thought there's going to be an offer of free admission there coming.
I can check with Rockstar. Are you free tonight? Yeah, I mean, you've got all the job done today. You already got Texas and Oklahoma.
Bering Sea Gold's on live tonight on Discovery, and that's a must-see. So.
Bering Sea Gold.
What is your go-to show right now? Do you stream shows?
Apparently Bering Sea Gold.
Deadliest Catch, but that's like, April to September, so Deadliest Catch is a must-have. Gold Rush Alaska, I've kind of lost a little bit of the flavor. The whole Bering Sea Gold, the notion, particularly in the winter, of cutting a hole in the ice off of Nome, Alaska, and diving in scuba gear with a vacuum cleaner to suck dirt off the floor of the ocean to then see gold in it. I mean, that I just can't look away. And then the summertime, it's like 34-degree water or something like that. It's fascinating to me.
All right, he is SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey. All the hard-hitting questions from us to the commissioner. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend. Always fun talking with you.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity.
See you in Nashville.
Take care. Yes, we will see him in Nashville in a couple weeks.
150 days.
Yes, the commissioner with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, stood up the entire interview.
I noticed that.
Like he was in a student section.
I noticed that.
First person to call me out for the text.
He did. He called you right out. Yes, he did.
That doesn't surprise you, does it?
No, not with him. It really doesn't.
Our relationship with him. I mean, the very first time, I think it was the first time he ever came to studio with us as a host. He came in, and when he sat down, he pulled out a folded up sheet of paper, and he had listened to our show long enough to where he had quotes from our show over the previous months and held us accountable for things we had said on the show.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, and not SEC related stuff.
No, these were crazy things.
Like, so Lance, you think so-and-so, is the best concert of all, blah, blah, blah. He was calling us out on just random stuff. And I
think this
is probably my favorite. That was probably not only my favorite Greg Sankey interview, it was one of my top 10 favorite interviews ever on the show. That very first time when he called us out on things we'd said, Jim, back on January 22nd, you said blah, 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 blah. Did you really think that blah, blah, blah would happen? I'd be like, crap, I don't remember saying that. And he'd go, you said it.
Now, I do know that he does listen to our show periodically.
Correct, yes, yep.
But do you think, because I remember one time we were at some kind of event, and earlier that day I was talking about Harper Lee was a one-hit wonder, which she was.
I mean,
you
come
can't
on,
really argue
yeah.
that.
I mean, she did one good book.
Come on, she's one of the greatest American pieces of literature ever.
Both those things can be true, yeah.
So he does listen, but do you think that first time that he put some interns to work, hey, I need some stuff on these?
I don't know. No. Because he's a runner, which, I mean, it's a lot of time listening to stuff.
Yeah.
And he loves music. Who's his favorite artist again?
Well, he loves Huey Lewis, U2, big U2 guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't he like one of those 80s
Huey Lewis?
Not the Broken Wings guy. He liked that guy though too, right?
Paul McCartney?
No.
That was Mr. Mister.
Yeah.
I thought he meant Wings.
I thought the only one we really talked to him about was Huey Lewis.
Huey Lewis and U2. I know he's a big U2 guy.
It seemed like it was one of those bands I hated, but that he liked.
You didn't like Huey Lewis, did you?
I didn't love Huey Lewis. I did not.
I kind of did when I was a kid, in the 80s, yeah. I mean, now I don't listen to a ton of Huey Lewis.
All right, a lot more to get to as we get ready for a Super Bowl weekend, a super game. not their Super Bowl, but a super game between Alabama at Auburn this weekend, and what's happening that we talked to the commissioner about in depth there with Texas and Oklahoma coming on board. All that still to go in the final 40 minutes of the show. This being brought to you in part today by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing would love to help you out with a free, no-cost roof inspection. That's the basics. That's the thing he starts with. Free, no-cost roof inspection. He's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and there's no obligation either. It's just a free, no-cost roof inspection. But also at Storm Restoration Roofing, what you will find is that he is locally owned, has been that way for over 20 years, locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife own the company. Insurance companies trust him. They have all the best warranties in the business. And if you call this number, he'll give you information about that free no-cost roof inspection, or if you're an active service person, a reservist, or a veteran, just to say thank you for your service, he will offer you some other special free ways to take care of your roof with no cost at 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. And I ask you to always save that number, or just remember Greg from Pell City and hit me up on social media when you have storm damage, because he'll take care of you with that as well. It's 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. More when we come back.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back
back with you on the next round. Rocky not here today. Tyler doing a fantastic job. And he fills in a lot when Rockstar is not here, which is going to be a lot over the next few months and has been over the last few months because of what he's doing tonight in Birmingham. And we'll get a chance to go see Rocky and the fine folks at Black Jacket Symphony tonight perform the Rumors album that they'll be doing in Fleetwood Mac and especially Show Downtown. And then they take this out west. And I'm looking forward to this experience for Rocky, but I can't wait to see the show tonight.
Yeah, I'm fired up, man. And I'm not the biggest Fleetwood Mac fan. My wife really likes them, so that's what's got me fired up that she's excited. And I've heard good things about this show. Everybody, all of our audience that has been says it's incredible.
Have you guys not been yet?
I've not seen Rumors.
I have not seen Rumors. I've seen him do Pearl Jam.
I've seen him do Pearl Jam. I saw him do his part on Queen.
Yep.
I did not see
Mark Martel.
I've seen Pearl Jam and I've seen Police. And Rockstar was not part of the Police.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Yeah,
either.
I saw him with Pearl Jam. I saw him with Queen, and then I've seen the Rumors before with Rockstar and without Rockstar. And I'm like you. I like The Chain. I think it's a great song. I'm not a big. I would be going tonight. I feel bad because I think I'm the only person not going. But again, I got a birthday party.
You got the old 50th party. We understand. We'll fly the flag for you.
Yeah.
I just can't wait to see who's got better tickets.
Jim and his seat's way up front. And me.
So Rockstar's wife, Nancy, is going with my ex and my family. And I've already told them that my only thing that I'm concerned with is who's got better tickets between you two.
They're in my digital wallet right here. Do you have yours in your wallet?
And I know where I am, though.
Okay. Well, I don't know if it's going to help. I got to pull up my digital wallet.
Well, I'll pull the seating chart right here. You guys just spit it
should
out.
I say my ticket location on here? I mean, does that matter?
Well, I have no problem with it.
We do remotes all the time. Is somebody going to come pull you out of your seat?
No. I'm not saying that. I was like, nobody can steal my seat, though, right?
No, I have no problem, Brown. I'm an attention whore, you said.
I mean, Jim.
Well, I agreed with you.
Yeah.
And I told my wife, you said it, and she says, "Oh, that's mean." I said, "No, I agree with him. I am 100%."
Have you seen my Instagram page?
I said, "You married to me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?"
I am in Tier R. I think that's what that is. It's 2 R's. Tier R. Row PP seats. Well, it doesn't matter the seats. It's just rows.
Yeah. Just one letter in mine.
Huh?
Just one letter in mine.
Yeah,
I don't double letters.
Donna White might have you beat.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Again, my wife bought these tickets.
Are you in the orange area?
I really don't know. I don't know where Tier R is.
I got this. So
I'm in the red.
All right, Lance is going to point it out to us.
Well,
I'm in RR, which I
wish we could see this.
Yes.
RR, what are your seats?
600s. This is that's very confusing.
Give me a color. Is he?
I'm purple. No, it's definitely purple.
Yeah. But see, there's no the 600s. There's no RR.
Or no, wait a minute. Yeah, I don't know.
John says RR is upstairs, but
well,
I don't know
it's upstairs, Lunsford, but I'm in seat.
Y'all are pointing.
All the upstairs are seats.
Row P. Oh, well, hang on. All right. No, so row PP, Lance. Okay, I got it. Row PP. Go all the way to the far left.
There you are.
Yep, and I'm on that back row right there in that. Yeah, General, you got to have better tickets than that.
I'm estimating about the 40th row.
Yeah, 40th row or so.
Is there in that red section? Is there an E?
Look at Dunaway. No, you're in the orange section. You got better seats than me.
There's not an E in the red.
No, you're in the orange.
I think I'm in the orange.
You
I'm on the left side of left side.
Now, I think my section overhangs.
I don't know the seat number, but I'm in E.
My section overhangs yours, so we're going to be sitting about the same distance, but you're going to be on the floor, so you're going to think you're better.
Oh, yeah, he nominated you.
I mean, it was not a contest for me. It was only a contest for Dunaway.
No, it wasn't. Maggie bought the tickets.
It wasn't. You said you told her.
No, you did. You said you made.
No, she had already bought the tickets.
Not that she listens to you, but
I know she'd already bought them. I didn't know we had them. I was trying to buy secondary market, and was the pair I'd looked at were in the red, and they were $362 a pop. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, the red was a little steep.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
I was thinking to myself,
yeah.
$362
when I looked at them, some of them were $600 a pop, and I'm like, hey, I love Rockstar like a brother. I wouldn't pay $600 to watch my kids sing.
Yeah, I'm gonna come by. I think for the first song, I'm on the side of the stage, so I'm gonna be like up there with him.
Yeah,
holding the microphone.
Lance gets to play tambourine for the first song. Let's do 4 downs today. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations.
You try to find it. I got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, a lot of text over there, according to Greg Sankey.
God, I mean, if we could just pull the curtain back right now, I'd love to make it a cow and poll question.
Brown, by the way, people would like you to go ahead and show your barcode, too. Apparently, that's the only thing left for them to go ahead and steal your seat.
I literally asked that, yeah. It's in my wallet, though. You have to have my phone to use this one. Remember, Mincy did that one time.
It is wintertime. Do not get stuck out in the cold. Winter weather takes a toll on car batteries, so keep your car battery strong every time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter what the weather is. They are who we right here at the Next Round trust with our vehicles. There are locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. For more information, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
Bigger number. Brandon Miller threes tomorrow or Patrick Mahomes total touchdown Sunday?
Threes made then, not attempted.
Made threes.
Yeah, made threes or total touchdowns for Mahomes. What would you say Miller probably averages
3.5?
3 a game?
Yeah,
I was going to say 3.5, 4 a game.
I wrote it down, Brad. I think Brandon hits 3. I think Mahomes scores 4.
I think I'll flip it 4 and 3. I'll go Brandon Miller made 3.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm willing, if you want to, Dunaway, any of these. You can
circle back.
Yeah,
any of these.
This is a circle back 4 downs.
Either way.
Yeah.
I think I've done a good job with very balanced 4 down questions today.
I will go now. Patrick gets them if he runs them or throws them in.
Oh yeah, total touchdowns.
I will take Patrick Mahomes, and just combining the 2 there. I will take Patrick Mahomes touchdowns over more Brandon Miller
made threes
for a 3.
Yep.
Okay, I'll do that for a stake.
Okay, so you don't even want to wait on the other 3. Well, maybe you want more. You got tons to play with. Here we go.
Maybe I'll want more, but there's
second down.
Now I'm going to take Brandon Miller threes. I probably would have gone Mahomes touchdown.
Yeah, so I went the way you
probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, I think very balanced. Bigger number: Jalen Hurts rushing yards or Auburn points.
Ooh, boy, I feel like Auburn points right there. Like I feel like Jalen Hurts is 38 rushing yards in this game. I'd go Auburn points.
I mean, I'm not going to take a stake on it before I give you my answer.
Okay.
But I feel like if the Eagles are going to win this game, I think Jalen rushes over 50. You can see him running 70 yards.
Ooh, that'd be a lot.
I would bet, and I haven't checked this yet, and I've looked at a lot of props. I would say his prop over-under is probably 62.5.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
So I think if Auburn wins the game, they will score more points than Jalen rushes. If Auburn loses the game, they may not score more than Jalen. But I'm going to take that Auburn scores more than Jalen, but I would not put a stake on it.
Yeah,
no.
I think I would take Jalen here. I think he's going to go over the number. I think Jalen's going to have 70-plus rushing yards in this game.
I don't know when this was written. It's SportsWire, February 9th, so yesterday this was written, so I would have to say it's pretty updated. You got 50.5 in the rushing yards prop for Jalen Hurts.
So that will be one of the totals I'll be giving out at Lance's Live.
I took the under.
Third down.
Bigger number: Travis Kelce receptions on Sunday or Auburn made threes as a team?
Auburn,
they don't make a lot of threes.
They hit 9 though.
I know.
Out at College Station. They're shooting more threes, which is freeing up Janai Broome inside a little bit more. And what's the other side of that? Kelce catches. Kelce is wide open a lot because of what Valdez Scantling is able to do
and that
now.
was just one game. Darius Toney's healthy. Juju Smith-Schuster's going to be back. What is Kelce's total? I bet it's 6.5 or 7.
I'll have to look it up.
Easily, he will hit 7. If Auburn won that one, if Auburn wins that version of this 4 downs, they win the basketball game easily.
I can see that.
If Auburn hits 9 threes or 7 threes, Auburn wins this basketball game. I'll go Kelce. I'll go Kelce here on this one.
Yeah, I think I would probably go Kelce. His prop bets, his receiving yards are under 78.5, and receptions are at 6.5.
Yeah, I said 6.5 or 7.
And I mean, if you hit 7 threes, if you're Auburn, I mean, it may not even be close.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
This would be a fun one. The combination of Dallas Goedert and A.J. Brown combined receiving yards or the total points, Alabama and Auburn on Saturday.
So I think you would need 140 more receiving yards to be in play here.
I've already got 78.5 on a stake there that the winner is under that. My non-stake answer here would be I would take the
I think I would go total points in the game.
I mean, Goddard is
he's about 38 to 40.
Those are both security blankets for Jalen Hurts when he throws the ball. He loves throwing it to those two guys. I know the old Devontae Smith Alabama connection. He made that big play down the field on that big third down early on. But,
and he's going to get more comfortable.
He loves Goddard and A.J. Brown. When in doubt, he throws it to one of those two guys.
Yeah, and I would say Goddard's probably his over-under is probably 38.5, and I would say A.J. Brown's is probably like 88.5. I think A.J. Brown will go over 100. Goddard will be around his. I think these are going to be really close.
Oh, God, if both of those happen, Eagles win this game, right?
I'm leaning Eagles. I just can't figure it out. Again, I'm so in my mind.
Yeah, you're bad in Super Bowls.
Yeah, I can't
Feels
figure
like
it
you
out.
need to stay away
but
from the
I
actual
told everybody,
game.
No, all
Just
you need to do
props.
is I'm going to give props, and I'm going to give the side. I would probably fade me unless you believe I'm due, and then I would play my props.
Yeah, I would say I would take the points scored in the Alabama-Auburn game over total of Goddard and A.J. Brown.
See, I think I would take Goddard and A.J. Brown. But, one of those situations, all it takes is one guy to have a bad game.
Right.
Yeah, because you're gonna get in the mix. I don't think this game's gonna play in the 50s. I think you're at least gonna get 125 plus points.
That's right.
I mean, it's a safe play.
Two of the better teams in the country, but the problem is they're two of the better defensive teams in the country. So I mean, it's not gonna be Tennessee and Auburn, but it very easily could be 63-62 when it's all said and done.
Well, to your point, Alabama is 6 defensive efficiency in KenPom, Auburn 15th. So. Yeah. The big difference is Auburn's offense is at 60, which isn't awful, but Alabama's is 15. I mean, that's top 20 offense.
So that is our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire, Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Hey, if you're heading to the game in Auburn tomorrow, Dead Battery is not going to get you there. Before your next road trip this winter, take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for a comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round, we trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across Birmingham. You can find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicle. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
When we come back, you'll hear from Bruce Pearl, Jalen Hurts, and Patrick Mahomes. All that still to come on the show. If you're watching basketball down the stretch, Arkansas has been playing really good. Eric Musselman says Nick Smith Jr. could actually start playing in the near future.
Oh, wow.
He has not given up on his best recruit playing down the stretch here. To be playing better with Ricky Council and them playing so good lately, to get him back just in time for the postseason. By the way, it would be such a 2023 move to come back if you only play a few games and then go to the postseason NCAA tournament.
Would be. By the way, LeBron did not play last night. And
as you predicted.
Well, he said he had a sore ankle. It just blows me away. And I'm going to circle back to the Nick Smith. Blows me away. People spent that kind of money and LeBron sat out. Typical.
But that in Barkley has said this and is getting criticized in some circles of players about him saying we've got to stop paying these guys the money we're paying them.
I agree.
And they're taking so many nights off.
Well, look, you imagine the ticket demand for that ticket because a lot of people believed that it was going to be against the Bucks. By the way, they lost again, the Lakers did. But, I mean, at least play some minutes, suit up. There are people there to see you. Guess what LeBron's doing today? Nothing. They're not playing tonight.
Day off.
Yeah, so it just makes no sense. But Nick Smith, that's one of those guys that's practicing right now. So, game shape he's not going to be in. But if you got him late in the season into the SEC tournament,
yeah.
I mean, they could be dangerous.
They could be, but you know what it feels like? He comes back, everybody falls in love with Arkansas, and they lose a 5-12 game.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying? That's what that feels like.
Reminds me of George Pickens. The first year Georgia won the national championship. He comes back for the Georgia Tech game, played in that one, then had a little bit of an impact in the SEC championship game, and then was big in the 2 playoff games. So you got him, smoke him, right? If he's ready to play, he's going to the NBA regardless. Might as well use him. When we come back, we will jump into more of the Super Bowl, more of the basketball game going on. But I have a couple NFL notes and some other stuff I want to get out as well. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Hemphill. I'll tell them about Hemphill. You go ahead and take care of things. Our friends at Hemphill, they bring you Lance's Lock all the time, but also Adam, Chad, and the crew there, they take care of your heating, your cooling, and your plumbing. Adam, Chad, and them will take care of you. They fix it. They fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they do it at a fair price. That's a great American company, our friends at Hemp Hill Services. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Just remember the name Hemp Hill.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Back with you on the Next Round. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Did you ever see why Gurley didn't get any playing time the other night for Alabama?
I did see Nate Oats. I was going to share some of what he said as they met the media today. But I don't believe he addressed that. You have to give me 2 seconds to find
Precision Sports, though, just wondering about injuries. They'll get you back in the game if you've had a weekend warrior accident, whether you've been out running and turned an ankle, or maybe you blew out a knee, or maybe something else is happening. You need to get back to work. You can do it with our friends at Precision Sports.
Yes, Dunaway 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, Precision Sports ortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations. Maybe injured the elbow shooting hoops in the driveway. Let our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics get your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Noah Clowney has had 2 good days of practice. He had that facial injury against Florida that looks scary initially. I mean, when the head coach immediately comes off the bench, you're like, ooh, how bad is this?
My initial thought was concussion protocol is where he was going to be going. So it's good to know he's had a couple of good practices there. He'll be huge in this game. His defense against Janai Broome down the stretch there. So that'll be a pretty big one as well. But he already has a Band-Aid on the head, right, from an earlier injury. So it's that time of year when nobody's 100% healthy.
Yeah, Nate Oats spent a lot of time today just talking about, first of all, how big this game has become. Credit to both teams in the state that it's a national game. You got game day there. It's going to be the main ESPN game of the Bilas crew. He's sticking around doing the game, so it's become a big game. He described Neville Arena. He said the decibel level is just insane when you play in there. He called it insane.
Are we going to have decibel level, airplane, bomb? Are we going to have that graph?
I don't do that, by the way.
And Bruce Pearl echoes what Brownie is talking about here. Here's Bruce discussing where this game is now, how big it's become, Auburn and Alabama.
In 5 out of 6 years, either Auburn 3 times, 3 years, Alabama now potentially 2 years, will have won either the regular season or the tournament championship. Who'd have thought that 6 or 7 years ago? And I know for the people that love basketball in the state of Alabama, that means a lot. That's significant. That takes you back to the Wimp and Sunny days, but maybe even on steroids.
Yeah.
No, he's right. And it's listen, Alabama has historically hit those marks more than Auburn has. So it is a credit to him getting there. And it's a credit, Alabama looked at what Auburn was doing much in the same way that Auburn a couple times looked at what Alabama was doing in football and said, we got to make a change if we're going to catch up. And Alabama looked at Auburn kind of pulling away there, and they're like, it's not going to cut it with Avery Johnson. Bruce Pearl's building something in our own state that we can't keep up with, much less the rest of the conference. And to Alabama's credit, they got it right when Nate Oats. So, I think it's only going to continue to be even better now.
I'm looking forward to being in the arena tomorrow. So I'll be down at Auburn, and I know a lot of you are going to the game, 9,000 plus stuffed into Neville Arena. It'll be a very fun day. Looking forward to Sunday's Super Bowl as well. Here's Jalen Hurts talking about all the obstacles he has overcome to now be starting in a quarterback and being a betting favorite to win the Lombardi Trophy.
Why do you think you are having so much success and making it look easy so early in your NFL career when a critic says you wouldn't become a very good NFL quarterback? How are you making it look so easy?
I might have to ask them that question. Let's see if they can answer that. You can look back and say that there are so many things that can motivate me and drive me to want more and to be the best, and why do I just keep getting up and going and going and going? But I had a purpose before everybody had an opinion. It's not about anybody else. I know y'all like that one. But it's not about anybody else. It's just about going to do it because that's what you want. That's what you set out there to go do. So, I've always been my biggest critic, and as the success has come, it'll continue to stay that way.
I will tell you that our buddy Josh Pate, Late Kick Josh, did a big segment of his show earlier this week, talking about how you always hear some athletes talk about how they have overcome being single-parent households or having a bad home life, and you hear some athletes blame their mistakes over being from a broken home, single parent, or something went wrong at home. He goes, how come we don't trumpet enough the athletes who had great moms and dads? And they go on to talk about, where Jalen got, a lot of Alabama and Oklahoma people claiming Jalen Hurts, but Josh was making the point that Mr. and Mrs. Hurts raised a heck of a son there who, from the day he came on the Alabama campus, had his head on straight. And before he transferred to Oklahoma, the reason he stayed that extra year as the backup quarterback, I heard Nick Saban talk about this on the Team 33 podcast. Nick was saying, he came in, we did the evaluation. He knew Tua was the starter. He never thought about leaving. He said, I'm not leaving. I want to get my degree from the University of Alabama. And then after he stayed, he was the backup, helped to win the SEC championship, got his degree, and only then did they have the conversations about him going somewhere else to quarterback.
It's an incredible story. It really is, because I don't think any of us believed that this guy was going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL, much less a guy that was your MVP runner-up. I mean, this is an incredible story. And I don't know about you guys, we've been covering Jalen for a long time now. It's been, 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
No, 7 years. I've never heard a negative thing about him.
No, I have not. You talk to anybody in Tuscaloosa, and they only say the best things about him.
Including Nick Saban.
Oh, yeah. He and Nick Saban still have a tremendous relationship.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Yep.
I mean, could not have been a better teammate.
Listen, I've talked to enough people in Tuscaloosa that will either tell you if a kid's a bad apple or if his mom and dad are a bad apple, right? If they're ready to get them go. And there have been a lot of mom and dads, by the way, that have been the bad apples.
Split, by the way.
It's about split. And there are a lot of people in Tuscaloosa that when a certain player leaves, they are thankful they don't have to deal with his mom and dad anymore, or mom or dad. I have never heard anything close to that about Jalen Hurts. You talk to anybody that's been around that program while he was there, and they only say the nicest things about him.
Or Mr. and Mrs. Hurts when you go a little
yeah,
bigger.
His parents too. Yeah. Avarian Hurts, the father, who is a high school football coach, and obviously instilled a lot of great character traits in his son as he raised him.
Here is Patrick Mahomes, who, as you get when this many media people are gathered at the Super Bowl, occasionally you get fake questions asked. He fell for one the other night. He won the MVP last night. This was before he won the MVP.
Rihanna came out and said that you are the greatest quarterback ever. Hearing that, how does that make you feel?
It makes you feel great. She's going to crush it at halftime. I have family members that I think are more excited about the halftime show than they are the game. And so whatever Rihanna says is like the gospel. So I'm glad that she went with me for that honor.
She didn't. She didn't. I was just messing around.
Oh man, you got me up here smiling and smirking.
That's a crap thing to do,
no,
honestly.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you think he's going to react?
Yeah, I mean, you made him look bad.
Yeah.
You could have made him look really bad.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
All right. One more segment to go, and we'll empty the page over here, including one Alabama player winning the inaugural Jim Brown Award last night at the awards night. And we'll put a wrap on this show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. See Stu wants to cap that gutter. It'll help you so much. We saw earlier and heard about woodpeckers that sort of clog your gutters with acorns. Don't worry about that anymore. See Stu will take care of it.
Yeah, Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. You can also go online for more information, guttercapbirmingham.com. He's been doing it for over 20 years right here in Birmingham. He's got an incredible 2023 special for you. Call today, 823-2212. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech, 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
All right, final segment here. I know you don't want to pick the Super Bowl, right?
No, I'll give you my lean right now. I really don't have an official pick yet. Again, I am 4-20 over the last 24 years.
Yeah, I don't know why we listen to him anyway.
Okay, well, give me your lean. Give me whatever you're giving.
I lean Philadelphia right now. Again, I'm a contrarian. Most of the money, about 75% of the money is on Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia's the better team. The only thing I really worry about is Jalen Hurts having a bad game. And I don't know why I'm worried about that. He's been so consistent this year.
Getting Kansas City in points, please, man. Give me them points.
First
Kansas
time,
City and points.
First time Mahomes in 14 postseason games has ever been an underdog.
That's right, exactly. Give me that. Kansas City in points.
Kansas City 31-20 for me.
I expect a closer game, something like 31-27, 31-28, something like that.
Yeah. Rick says, need more Bama softball coverage. They start a tournament called the Leadoff Classic this weekend against a few teams in town they will kill.
Yeah.
It'll be a lot more interesting a little bit later on when they get into SEC play. That's another side of Texas, Oklahoma coming in.
Yeah.
You're bringing in the greatest softball program in the history of the sport.
Softball,
more coverage.
Softball, basketball. Softball, golf, baseball, and so it's going to help them all. We're going to pick the basketball game too?
Usually we don't, but go ahead.
Why do we not?
Go ahead. Pick one. I'll pick it.
I didn't know we did.
I'll pick it.
I'll go Alabama 72-60.
I'll take that. That would be under. So Alabama 12?
Yeah, Alabama 72-60.
Ooh, see, the reason I was getting away from that in this segment because this is going to be airing right before we do our new show on Monday.
It's okay. I'm willing to stand by it.
So I think you'll look really silly at this point,
well,
or
we
really smart.
We just picked the Super Bowl. It's airing right before our show on Monday.
I'd like to know what the number is. Some people that say that they've got this rogue number of 4.5. I think it's going to be 2.5. If it's 2.5, sounds really weird. If it's 2.5, I think this thing is extremely tight. If it's 4.5, I think Bama wins by double digits. I think it's going to be 2.5. I think it'll be extremely close. I'll say Auburn pulls the upset.
Oh, you think Auburn wins? What kind of score? Give me a score.
79-78.
Wow, classic. Rush the court.
That will burn me.
Rush the court.
I was thinking 70-69 Alabama in that one. But Brown made me do it. So there you go.
I'm such a bad influence. Like nobody thought you were picking Alabama to win.
Well, I did in the preseason. It's a lot closer now than I thought it was going to be. I mean, dare I say, I thought it was a 30-point beatdown coming down, but I deleted that tweet.
Hey, late night, watch out for these shirts running around campus in Auburn.
I mean, I'm interested by that.
People are going to make some money.
Hey, so it says Auburn, Bama at the bottom?
Yeah, stand up so they get a good look at the QR code. Yeah.
But some people are seriously going to make some cash.
Go ahead and QR it.
QR code it. QR code it, baby.
Inmo. Is that what the hat is?
That's what the hat is. Inmo.
Oh.
Interesting. Inmo.
Until next time, what is Inmo?
You'll have to wait and see, dog.
I got that QR code. You can find out.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway.